Okay, this meeting will call to order, this will call to order our State Tribal Economic Development Commission meeting for February 11th, 2025. To order, the Montana Department of Commerce records the meeting electronically and will serve as the official meeting minutes. If you are attending virtually, please raise your hand to be called upon. Please help the public by identifying yourself when you speak. Explain any acronyms that may be used in the discussion. If you're referring to a document, state the document name. As a final reminder, the recording will not be edited, cut, or altered in any manner. Now we'll have roll call.
Richard Sangray,
Here.
Jennifer Finley, John Backbone is excused. Delina Cuts the Rope,
Delina Cuts the Rope present. Here.
got it. Bryce Kirk,
Present.
Gerald Gray,
Present.
Melissa Lone Bear, Misty Cool, Mark Blaisdell, and Paul Green.
Here.
Are they gonna be able to hear us?
Yeah, she's got just make an adjustment on the speaker.
Chairman Gray, can you just give me a second to fix the video audio? Can you hear me okay?
Hear you fine.
Oh,
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we're one short a quorum for now. We'll just go ahead and forego anything we have to vote on until we get another person. That, wanna say the prayer?
Lord, thank you for this day. Watch over all of us and watch over our families. Taking this meeting, us all over people that we have at home, all over. A special blessing to our military people and watch over us. Amen.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I'd like to welcome everybody, our guests. Thanks for coming. Normally we have a full house, but I think the weather's kind of scared people away. So with that, I guess we can, since we're already behind a little bit, if we have any public comment on agenda items.
You guys want to introduce yourselves?
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Tosh Weissmiller. I'm with USDA Rural Development. I'm the Senior State Community Development Specialist. I've had the pleasure of working with many of you for the last 2 years in my role across the state. And today I'd just like to, we're happy to be here to listen and available for questions on any projects if you have project ideas and would like to discuss. I know a lot of you are remote today, so but we're here and we're always available. And I'd like to take this moment to introduce my colleagues. We have Mona Schwartz, part of the team, and Janelle Egley. So we're happy to be here today and listen in.
You get to fork in the road?
Yes.
It's looming out there.
Everybody. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll have to go over or miss the meeting minute approval until we get one more person. Yeah. All right, I guess we have commissioners round robin discussion. Any commissioners online want to tell us what's going on back home?
Oh, good morning. This is Delina Cuts the Rope from Fort Belknap. Hello, everyone. And while I prefer to be in person today, I decided to zoom in just because of the extreme cold temperatures here at home and, you know, the snow and stuff that we've gotten. But I do appreciate the opportunity. As far as what's going on at Fort Belknap right now, I just wanted to mention to the USDA representatives, you know, we still do have the Hayes Wellness Center construction project, and then we are working with USDA Rural Development on a Hayes emergency facility for volunteer fire law enforcement building in the southern end of the reservation, working on our A&E and EA for that site. We have a great representative, forgive me, I can't remember his name, but out of Great Falls, and he's very helpful to our planning department on that project. We're also really in need for some renovations for cleanup and then for renovation of our commodity warehouse. It's just an aged building. We did a cost benefit analysis and we're looking for some renovation and EPA cleanup on the building. So those are just 3 projects that I just wanted to mention to the USDA folks. And Maryland has been pushing towards me opportunities, and we are aware of the grant and loan projects that USDA does offer, but we haven't made a firm decision on a funding plan for that just yet. But we would like to talk with you folks since you're making yourself available. That's pretty much all I have to mention this morning, Chairman Gray, but I just, like I said, I prefer to have been there in person. My apologies, but I'll be hanging on with the Zoom today. And thanks for the opportunity to still participate and do our part from Fort Belknap. Thank you.
Thanks, Delina. Bryce, you have anything?
Hey, yep. Good morning, Chairman Gray and everybody else that's in attendance. You know, I would like to be there also. Woke up 45 below this morning. You know, I would have liked to be there in person since the USDA people are there. Just like Delina said, you know, right now we're trying to figure out and squeeze some money out for our commodity building. You know, our commodity building don't only just feed our native population, but people, you know, that are close to us that are just barely off the reservation. You know, they come in and our buildings, you know, pretty raggedy, torn up, but we're still trying to make it work. Our pipes freeze, heater stops working right about now. And, you know, and it just, you know, a lot of things get wasted sometimes. So, you know, I'm glad that they're there. Maybe I can get their contact to be able to talk to them. Also, this meat processing plant and stuff that we have going on too. I know that with the grants and stuff that the state offers and stuff like that, hopefully we can start getting some of those for some business grants. You know, just a little bit of everything. And yeah, I wish I would be there, but you know, politics and a lot of craziness going on with election year and everything. So we gotta kind of take care of business and stay close to home so nothing happens. So just thank you so much for allowing us to participate also. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Bryce.
Well, good to hear you again, Bryce and Delina. But yesterday I met with all the directors of our programs, and they're meeting again today to develop a spending plan. This uncertain climate out there. We don't know what direction they're going to go here on mid-March, whether it's going to be another shutdown or a budget reduction. So we're prepared for the worst, but we're hoping for the best. That's all we can do. You know, I've been through shutdowns, I've been through budget decisions, and it's tough on tribes, I know, and we still may be having problems with one governmental agency for drawdowns, and hopefully, I know they're all worried about like I told them, we got the fork in the road. Our government employees were under a lot of pressure, and hopefully they'll resolve that. You know, I know, back in the day, whenever they attacked the Bureau of Indian Affairs, we were always the first ones to stand up. The tribes would back them up, even though we criticize them every day. Kind of like a little brother, big brother deal. And, but we're plugging along, and we'll always be here, regardless. And I'm not sure how many state programs will be affected with if there are budget cuts. I know there's a lot of state money that comes, a lot of federal money that comes into the state also. We're really watching the Medicaid, Medicare bills. That provides a lot of help to our people there. Glad the state legislature went through with it, but it's hard to tell what the feds are gonna do. So we're just kind of we're not gonna spend our money. We're gonna hold on to it for a while. We're not gonna be extravagant. Travel, but our chairman is going back to DC to testify on the appropriations committee. It'll be in 2 weeks. So he'll have his 5 minutes like Bryce had when he testified. I always warn him about the lights they have there. You got the green, amber, red. You got 5 minutes, and you got to condense your speech down. I know our past chairman, he get down to the red light, he'd wait, I'm not finished, I'm not. It's funny how they give you 5 minutes, you travel hundreds of miles, thousands of miles, get to speak for 5 minutes. I've been there, done that. Gerald's probably been there and done that. But hopefully everything will come out okay. He hasn't attacked the BIA yet, or eventually probably will. Okay. All right.
So for the Little Shell, just touch base on some economic development. I don't know if you've all seen it or not, but pass this around our resort that we're going to be building in Great Falls. This resort's going to be, it was all based on a lot of research. It took us 2.5 years to come up with this and do some planning with it. Studies. It will really support the local tourism. It hit all the buttons that we didn't know it, but it hit all the buttons that they were desiring too, and it was kind of aligned perfectly. But this resort will feature, we have a hotel, indoor water park, bowling alley for families, a big event center, which will be one of the largest in the region. It'll also have a big conference center. You know, and this is all about economic development. It'll be a big boom to Great Falls, which has nothing right now, anything like this. It'll have over 500 full-time jobs when it's being built, and over 430 full-time jobs, good paying jobs, when it's operating. So I'll have a 200-room hotel, 30,000 square foot indoor water park, 10,000 square foot multi-purpose will be a conference center. And then we'll also have, like I said, bowling alley, gaming facility, about a 97 to 10,000 square foot event arena. Those rodeos, basketball tournaments, concerts, that kind of thing. So so we're really excited about that. I mean, it's a big deal for not only for Great Falls and us, but the whole region. So centrally located, and, you know, a lot of people don't realize, people drive from Billings to Missoula to go to a concert. I mean, so, yeah, it's a kind of a no-brainer thing to do something like this. We're really excited about that, and have a lot of support. Might be running into a little bit of opposition from the Taverns Association in Great Falls, but they don't, you know, I mean, you don't get to have a monopoly, so we're gonna have to come to the table or later. So with that, yeah, we're really excited about that. And on the show, I don't know how many have seen that in the news, but
Chairman Gray,
yeah.
so when is it that that's gonna get started? I might have missed it.
So we submit an application to the Department of Interior for gaming. And that could take 2 to 4 years to get approved. The fastest has been 2 years, longest about 4 years. We're hoping for, since we have so much support, hoping for a 2-year approval, and then it'll start being built in.
Chairman Gray, would the tribe consider moving forward with the project, even without the gaming element?
No,
So it's an important,
Yeah.
you know,
that'll
linchpin
help
to the
pay the
project.
bills.
I was just gonna say, I wanted to also just commend the tribe and thinking about how to make it a family experience. And this is gonna be a wonderful destination for people who are coming to the state with their children.
So that's the key to it. I mean, it's got to be a destination resort. You know, I mean, if you look in Montana now, there really isn't one with all of these, you know, amenities to it.
Yes.
So, and then also, you know, you have your park to park, for 3 million are hitting both parks, so we can
Yes.
capture that. A lot of Canadians coming down, so we made sure we did, you know, the study. Otherwise we wouldn't have done it.
It's really very exciting. And just having the larger capacity for potentially tournaments, you know,
And conference space in Great
Con-
Falls is very limited.
that's exactly right.
Yeah.
So, very, very excited for this. I think it's a real big benefit to all of Montana.
Tourism,
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
yeah. We're really excited about it. It can be a pretty good adventure.
Excellent.
Nothing else.
Oh, sorry, one more question. Did you also have any RV parking or?
That's
any-
gonna be up there too, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. And then if it pans out at a later date, probably look at a C-store too.
Okay. Sweet.
Chairman Gray, Mark Blaisdell, Commissioner Blaisdell, joined,
Oh,
so we now have a quorum.
Good. Oh, well, we can go back to approval of November 13, 2024 meeting minutes. It's in your packet. They don't have it yet. Do they have this stuff?
Yes, I emailed everybody yesterday again with it, just in case.
So I guess Marilyn had sent you guys online meeting minutes and stuff. We're just gonna look those over and approve those.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion to approve the minutes. of November 13th, 2024.
I'll second.
All right. Any other discussion? None, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign? Okay. That was the only thing we had for vote anyway, right?
Yes. Unless,
But, oh,
did you want me to vote on my change of plans for the conference?
We certainly have time for that. Yes, well, we have a quorum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hold on here,
Yeah.
I'll back up a little bit. Maybe Paul or Mark might have something. I've missed you guys in the round robin. Sorry.
No, I said aye.
No, do you have anything you want to talk about in the round robin, Paul?
I think just going back to the conversation that you and I had about the opportunities to maybe work with the some of the tribes that have been successful. Chairman Gray and I have kind of chatted my contacts with the Choctaw tribe in Oklahoma, where I'm from. I never like to reinvent the wheel. I like the idea of us looking at how they're developing their economy. They have a unique way of importing and exporting goods and materials on and off of reservations in order to duty-free applications. And I'd like to kind of go down there and look at their model and how we might be able to, especially with the tariffs that seem to be forthcoming, that we might be able to model some of our economic opportunities off of what they're doing right now. But just trying to get some creative juices flowing between commerce and STED and making sure that we're trying to find the best ways to work together. And I appreciated the conversation that Chairman Gray and I had. Really enjoyed that.
Thanks, Paul. Mark, did you have anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Apologize that I can't stay on all day with or today with the meeting with the session going on, but just give you a quick update. As you know, our office is involved in the broadband beat outlay that I've discussed a couple times with the STED Commission. Currently we're ready to go. We're kind of in a little bit of a holding pattern, obviously, with the new administration, some of the freezes that have happened. But ultimately, a lot of it's to see if there's any further guidance on possible uses of different technologies and so forth if they loosen some of those restrictions. But the Department of Administration's team and broadband team here, we're ready to go out and start negotiating those census block units in those areas to get broadband to everybody and work through that to hit that July 1st deadline. So not a big update, but we're just kind of holding steady to wait to hear a little bit more information, and then we'll be moving forward.
Thanks, Mark. All right, moving on.
Also real quick, Chairman Gray, I texted Misty Cool. She said she's in a cabinet meeting, and then after she gets done with that, she'll make her way down to where we're having the meeting at, where you're at there in Helena.
All right, thanks, Bryce.
Just because I just feel that we need an update from the governor's side too. It's very important to see where we're at, where we're going, and things like that when it comes to the STED Commission and all this other stuff. And do we have the backing of the governor to keep moving forward? So
Appreciate that. So moving on, CDFAs, Community Facilities Technical. She online, coming in person?
She's online. I'll see if she's ready to go for her presentation since we are a little bit early.
Oh, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
All right, perfect. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I'm just sending a request to share. All right. Well, thank you so much for allowing us to attend your meeting today and share a little bit about our services, and in particular, a program that we have. We are in the third and final year of this program, but we've done several different community facilities technical assistance programs with USDA funding through their community facilities grant. I'm just going to open up with sharing a little bit about CDFA if you're not familiar, the type of services we offer, and then a little bit of details about our program and the technical assistance available. We were doing two applications or two accepted applications per year, and we still have one more opening for technical assistance through this program funding. See. Letting me do my slides. Okay, there we go. My name's Fawn Zimmerman. Sorry, I just should have introduced myself, but I am the Managing Director of Advisory Services here at CDFA, which is the Council of Development Finance Agencies. I'm also joined today with my colleague, Elise Ottoman. She's a coordinator with the Knowledge and Network Division at CDFA, and she's been coordinating and doing a lot of the research and administration work on this program and helping me a lot. CDFA is a membership-based trade association. We're a nonprofit. We're a 501c6. We also have a foundation that is a 501c3. But we are dedicated to advancing development finance industry, development finance agencies across the country, and all the communities that they serve. CDFA has been around for over 40 years, I believe 43 now, and we represent hundreds of public, private, and nonprofit development entities. And our members include investment banks, commercial finance companies, bond insurers, trustees, venture capital companies, rating agencies, and all other organizations in states, counties, cities, municipalities that are interested in development finance. Some of the offerings that we provide include our education. We use this EARN model, which is EARRN, two R's in there, but it's education. We provide training courses, webinars, and workshops. So some of our training courses are around the development finance tools. We do bond finance, fundamentals of economic development finance, revolving loan fund, education, tax credits, tax increment finance. So we do a lot of tool-based training, and then we also do industry and topic webinars. We have a tribal finance webinar series, a food systems finance webinar series, and equitable lending webinar series as well. We do advocacy. So we have a lobbyist in DC. That's why we're a 501c6, CDFA proper, because we do lobby on behalf of our members and our network. We do have a federal policy conference every year in DC in April, and I'll share a little bit more details about that. And we do a Capitol Hill Day there when we're there in April. We do extensive research that we do on ourselves, but also with partner organizations around the country. We provide an extensive resource database, again, on all the various development finance tools that are out there, as well as topic and industry and community specific resources. We have a tribal finance resource center that I'll share a little bit more about later as well. And then, of course, a big component is our networking. So all of our members span a variety of organizations involved in development finance and economic development across the country. And we hold both in-person and virtual events throughout the year. Again, I'm the Managing Director of Advisory Services, and so I oversee our Advisory Services Department, which is a consulting division to help navigate community development finance challenges and opportunities. We provide best practices, resources. Oh, I'm sorry, did somebody say something?
No.
Question? Okay. And we partner with development finance agencies, CDFIs, other nonprofits, states, counties, municipality organizations, and help them with strategic planning and consulting products and services. Some of the things we offer are landscape mapping, landscape analysis, specific program development, grant writing, grant partnership, policy procedure development. We train boards of different organizations if they need economic development finance training. We do a lot of research and write a lot of white papers and various publications and even textbooks on development finance. We engage, like I said, a lot of communities across the country and really focus on sustainable finance strategies. Now to talk about the program with you today is a USDA Community Facilities Funded Program. It's the CDFA Tribal Community Facilities Technical Assistance Program. So it combines our development finance network and expertise with strategic support from private sector partners. We've partnered with CohnReznick on this program, and so we have access to a lot of their advisors to talk specifically with our technical assistance applicants on the different development finance tools that can be utilized to fund and finish the community facilities projects in their community. There's 4 components to this program. So we have that direct technical assistance portion. We also, as I mentioned earlier, we have a tribal finance resource center that we're continuing to add resources, best practices and case studies, different tribal finance programs around the country to that resource center. We also have a Tribal Communities Project Marketplace that we'll be launching probably late March, early April. So I'll keep you in the loop on that, and we'll be doing some marketing around that. And that'll be an opportunity, whether it's a community facilities project or any project, economic development project on tribal lands. If you are thinking about a project, no matter what phase of the project you are, whether it's the early planning or you're already got the plans in place and need some funding, or if you've already started the project and are looking for some financing to finish it out, we will have a page where you can go, insert the project details, a contact person, we'll have an intake form asking a little information about those various projects, and then we can directly link you to recommended finance tools, advisors, consultants, and nonprofit mission-driven lenders in your area that would support a project of that kind. And then we're also offering our Tribal Finance webinar series. So that's going to take place in September, and we're going to do a Tribal Finance Week this year where we'll have 4 different learning opportunities all in the same week over 2 days. So we'll do 2 on Wednesday and 2 on Thursday. We'll share dates for that later on in this presentation. And Marilyn has a copy of this slide deck, and so all of those dates are in there as well. A little bit more about the direct technical assistance component of this program. It involves either doing a virtual or an on-site visit to review the project that's being considered. This one would be for the community facilities project. We would visit potential project sites if you still haven't gotten to the phase of selecting the project site, but if you've already further along, we can still visit it and kind of hear where you are in the phase and what funding challenges or needs that you still have in order to get it through the finish line and completion. We will do a strategy session and also provide development finance tool education depending on the needs of that specific project and community. So we make it very customized. We learn as much as we can about what familiarity and experience and knowledge the community already has about the different development finance tools, and then we can bolster it from there, as well as doing a strategy session around the specific project and additional funding needs. And then we'll take our learnings from that virtual or site visit session that we have and develop a roadmap that outlines the recommendations and potential next steps for getting that funding or obtaining more consultations in order to get it across the finish line. And then also, if you do qualify for USDA Community Facilities Program, either their grant funding, their loans, or their loan guarantee, we can help navigate that application process. The marketplace, like I said, will be launched probably here in late March, early April of this year, and we will do a press release about it and share it with our network. But it'll be that virtual networking platform where you can enter project information and receive customized recommendations. Our resource center is, again, we keep updating that. We launched it in the first year of this program, so just 2 years ago, and we continue to add resources at the federal, state, and local levels, different programs, best practices, and case studies to help people gain access to that. And since this is a USDA funded program, you do not have to be a member to access this resource center. You won't have to be a member to access the marketplace or to apply for the community facilities technical assistance or to attend the webinar series. Those are all free to both members and non-members across the country, or anyone who has access to that information. It's all free and available publicly. The Tribal Finance webinar series this year, like I said, we're going to do a Tribal Finance Week and offer a variety of different learning opportunities within there. So you can attend one or all, but even if you just register because it's free, you will be able to access the slide deck, all the presentations from our speakers, as well as a recording of those sessions. So we always highly recommend that people just go ahead and register for all of the offerings. And so if they cannot make a specific day or time, they'll still have access to those course materials. What we'll be teaching this year, the topics that we're going to be focusing on will be broadband infrastructure. We'll also have a session on community facilities financing to help support your schools, healthcare centers, housing, cultural spaces, and all the different types of community facilities projects that are being built on tribal lands. And we'll also have a dedicated, our final session of the week will be a grant writing workshop that will be very focused on grant writing for projects in Indian country. And then here's a list of those 4 courses that we'll be teaching during Tribal Finance Week and the day and times that they're available. And like I said, if you go ahead and register for all 4 of them, you will receive all the presentation materials and the recording of the events. In order to apply for our direct technical assistance component of this program, the eligible borrowers have to be eligible within the USDA community facilities funding requirements. And so those are public bodies, community-based nonprofit corporations, and federally recognized tribes. And eligible areas are the rural areas with no more than 20,000 residents. And they do give priorities of funding, especially the grant funding and the they'll do it on a case-by-case basis, but the smaller the area, the more. So if it's like less than 5,000, you're going to receive more points on your application and be more highly considered for grant support. The funding priorities are, like I just mentioned, the small communities with populations less than 5,500, not 5,000, 5,500 or less, low income communities where the median household is below 80% of the state non-metropolitan median household income. And then questions about the community facilities, the types of projects that fit within this funding pool are all of your healthcare facilities, public facilities, community support services, public safety services, educational, utility, and local food system sources. And it's pretty broad. So if you can defend that this project will be highly beneficial to the community as a whole and be a space for the community, those qualify as well. The USDA community facilities, that is funding our technical assistance component, supports the financing investment in these type of essential facilities in rural communities and on tribal lands. They offer direct loans. There's a loan guarantee program portion, and there's grants that are a part of this funding program. And I think I already talked about, the eligible organizations and the different types of projects that are allowed. So if anybody has any questions for me about the USDA program or CDFA's technical assistance as a part of this, or any of the other resources that we offer your community, feel free to ask me now, but also my contact information is at the end of this slide, and you can always reach out to either myself or Elise with follow-up questions or interest or links to any of these sources or to the application. We did get a application from a tribe in Montana already. We've received 3 for this final one. We'll be evaluating those through February and then deciding on the final applicant for our technical assistance. I mentioned that federal policy conference that we have every year. This year it's April 15th to 16th, and there will be a Capitol Hill Day that people can join smaller groups and participate in if they're interested. So feel free to reach out about that as well. Here is the contact information for myself as well as my colleague Elise, who would be happy to help with any follow-up questions or assistance in filling out our application. or sharing any more of our resources and advisory services that we offer. And I'd go ahead and like to open up for questions. If anyone, feel free to unmute and ask me, or like I said, feel free to reach out to me by calling or sending an email.
Where are you located?
So CDFA is currently located in Columbus, Ohio. It originated in DC, but we've been in Columbus for about the past 20 years. So almost all of our staff is here in Columbus, Ohio, but I travel 1 to 2 times per month doing strategic planning and executing grant technical assistance, whether it's funded through the federal government or if it's an individual contract with the community. So we have a team that travels pretty extensively. We also hold a National Development Finance Summit every year, and it's always in a different state. This year it'll be in San Juan, Puerto Rico. That's going to be in October. So we'll be sharing a lot more information as we get closer to that. And then we do have a lobbyist that works in DC, and we have a IT team that's in Arkansas, but the rest of us are here in Columbus, Ohio. But for this community facilities, we've been already to, we have a applicant from the Soxhawtla tribe in Washington. Our team that works on this project was recently in Yuma, Arizona to view a community facilities project on the Quechan Yuma tribe. So we've been kind of all over already for this project as well.
Anyone have any questions for Fawn? Are you gonna send this around? PowerPoint? Do we have
I
it?
certainly can send a PowerPoint.
Could you?
Yes.
Anyone online have any questions for Fawn? So they're funded through you guys? USDA? What?
Yeah, not the Montana office, but that's a national grant that we could also award to Montana applicants. But this one was nationally funded through USDA, yes.
So
Yeah, and that allows us to provide our technical assistance and open the applications up to any communities across the entire country.
So we're not seeing any issues right now in terms of not having
Pauses?
insurance? Yes.
Nope. We also have another program that's funded through the USDA OPPE 2501 program. And I just got an announcement today that pause has been lifted. So we received funding from that. And then we already received 2025 funding for this program, our first quarter funding last week or 2 weeks ago. So looking good so far for us on these 2 federal programs that we're operating.
Sure, Greg, may I ask a question? Fawn, I was curious again about the up and coming marketplace, project marketplace. So some of our commissioners shared that they were looking to try to get some renovations or improvements to their facilities, commodities, warehouses. Would that be a project that they could submit into the marketplace and then get technical assistant, customized resources about how they could access different programs to fund different elements of that project, of those projects?
Correct. The marketplace will not be limited to community facilities like our technical assistance component of this program. It'll be open to any projects that are being, thought of or already in the process of being built, or despite the phase of the project that they're in. If that project is in need of funding, if it's in need of any type of advisement or consultation or connections with other lenders in the area that have programming that could help get that project to completion, it'll be open to all of those.
Okay, and just to follow up, do you have any estimate on about how much lead time you'll need between the time an applicant submits their project and then it gets assigned to someone in your staff, it gets reviewed, maybe selected, and then a meeting is set up to talk about the project?
Yeah, if we receive an intake form, that'll get reviewed, most likely that day, but definitely within that week. then we would reach out and schedule a call just so we can have a one-on-one and learn a little bit more details. And then we probably only need about 2 weeks turnaround to be able to compile a list of lenders with programs that would be applicable to that area or that type of project, as well as a list of people within our network that do advising and consultation around community facilities and public finance, or not community facilities, community development and public finance. So we would, probably I would say between 2 to 4 weeks max on getting that turnaround of that customized list of support.
Great, thank you so much.
Any other questions, comments?
All right, again, if you think of anything, feel free to reach out to me. You can call me directly on the number here listed on the screen that'll be provided in the slide deck, and my email. Also, my colleague Elise can answer any questions. And I just want to thank you again so much for allowing me to attend your meeting today and share a little bit about this program and our services.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Great, have a good rest of your day.
You too. All right, so either take a break or is CSKT on? We're about a half hour early. Marilyn?
Let me find out. Janet's on, but Velda Shelby isn't. So let me see if. Let me see if they can do that now.
Either that or we can just take a 10-minute break.
We could also move some of our folks that we have this afternoon, our staff here, to forward and move this on.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, it looks like Janet's there. Do you want to check and see if she wants to?
Or she has a partner too, though.
Yeah.
Janet, are you ready? Is it too early for you? You guys need a little more time, or are you ready to be done?
Well, I could present. I know Velda wanted to join also. I could text her quickly and see if she could get on. I'm going, unless you need to take a break right now, if you feel that's something you need to do.
Yeah, we'll take a 10-minute break, give you some time to
Yeah.
connect with Bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Break time?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Okay.
Ready? All right, so I'll have CSKT meat processing plant. Received a federal grant, I guess. Janet and Velda. Floor is yours, or the screen.
Hey, kisa kiokit at smaknika ki skeleho aki swutmu. I apologize, I don't have all I don't know what nations are there to address you all. Hukaplit kukampatki hunini kasankat smakniks. My name is Velda Shelby. I'm the director of the Economic Development Office with the Confederated Salish and Kootenai Tribes. Thank you for inviting us today. Today we want to give you some information and update you a little bit on our meat processing plant. So as part of our overall SET strategy, most of you are familiar with the comprehensive economic development strategies that tribes we try and plan every 5 years with the EDA to put out an official strategy. Fortunately, EDA has always supported our tribal entrepreneurs with our emphasis on the ag industry and assist our cattle producers as well. We also focus on food sovereignty efforts as much as possible to help out our people. So in 2021, our tribal council adopted a guiding resolution which focused on eradicating hunger on our reservation. And they laid out all the principles to alleviate food insecurity, on the reservation. And then in 2022, we commissioned Raven Consulting, which was owned by the late Vern Claremont. He conducted our feasibility study to develop a mobile meat processing plant or unit. That didn't turn out to be feasible. And then Raven Consulting also developed a business plan to operate a USDA inspected plant. This would be our competitive advantage, where we could do value-added ag products for the tribes and assist our ag producers. So my office, EDO, began to explore finishing yards, processing sites for CSKT to look at developing an actual processing plant. Then in 2023, EDO joined forces with the Mission West Community Development Project and the MSU Extension Services to apply for the USDA Indigenous Animals Harvesting and Processing Grant, which we call the IAG grant. And last year we were awarded $7.65 million to develop the meat processing plant and our compost facility, which we will locate in Ronan. So this has been a real team effort with our vendors. We are using the Friesla Modulars out of Washington. We've already put a down payment on the 5 modulars that will comprise our processing plant. And we have consultants and engineers who have helped us prepare for all of the greenfield development, the site development, all the plans. So it's been a real massive effort to develop our new enterprise for the tribes. So this past year, our fearless director of planning, Janet Camel, has led this massive effort where she navigates technical, cumbersome, and extremely detailed design plans to meet the IAG's ambitious schedule, the work plan that we submitted for this grant. And fortunately, we do have access to certain consultants with specialized expertise for the design work and ultimate enterprise operations. And we have met many milestones to date, but the actual construction will begin this year. So we look forward to a seamless process. All right, so I'd like to turn it over to Janet Camel. And Janet, are you able to share the screen?
Yes, one moment. Well, thank you, Velda. As Velda mentioned, we completed a feasibility study and a business plan with Raven Consulting. The funding for that feasibility study and business plan came from a value-added producers grant with USDA. I think it's important to note that we would not have been able to get that completed without that funding. So that was very helpful. We have also submitted applications for grants with, of course, the Department of Commerce. We recently found out that we will be getting a grant to help us pay for the office building for our plant. So we're excited about that. We've also put in for a small grant with the Montana Department of Agriculture. As Velda mentioned, we first started working with our local cattle producers who were very concerned about not getting a good price for their cattle. Plus, we were worried about climate issues, shipping cattle all the way to the Midwest for processing, shipping the meat back, just wasting a lot of fuel going back and forth. Plus, people want to see local sources of meat, and especially grass-fed meat, which is more healthy. We worked with Mission West Community Development Partners, our tribal food sovereignty and wildlife management programs. MSU Extension, the Intertribal Ag Council, and then also Flower Hill Consulting has been helping us. They provide free consulting services to tribes. You just have to sign up with them. They're funded by USDA. So again, the purpose of the project, we wanted value-added revenue for the producers, food security, new living wage jobs, locally grown and value-added meat products, and as well as compost for farming and forest regeneration and future revenue for CSKT. We're using indigenous and Temple Grandin humane handling practices at the plant. So the design of the plant is much more expensive than we originally anticipated. So CSKT will be contributing some funding also toward this project. You need to have smooth corners in your pen system and in your chute handling system. Lighting is very important. So we're making sure that we're incorporating, as I said, all of those practices. And as Velda mentioned, we're going to be using state-of-the-art prefab units that are being built by Friesla. That process to first work with Friesla, we had to put a $30,000 down payment to get their design, their preliminary designs. And we did that in order to apply for the grant because this Indigenous Animals Harvesting Grant with USDA was, there was a quick turnaround time. We had 2 or 3 months to pull a grant of this size together. And the only company that that had pre-made designs for us was Friesla. So we went with them. They have a good reputation as far as being able to meet USDA requirements. And they have been meeting with us every week for over a year to try to make sure that the designs that they're developing for us are meeting our needs. We are having to have them retrofit our knock pen. Let's see if I have a drawing of that. This is where the knock pen will be, right outside of the harvest unit. We want to be able to accommodate bison also, to process live bison at the site, and we know that that can be very dangerous. So we have to reinforce the chute system and the pen holding system as well as the knock pen. That's something that Friesla that's an add-on with Friesla. So essentially what we're doing is we're working with them from start to finish for the animals. I'll go back. This blue rectangle here is our harvest unit. This will be, the orange unit will be the chilling unit. This will be the cut and wrap. The purple will be the finished goods, or the ready to eat, where we make sausage and smoke hams and things like that, jerky, and this will be the finished goods module. The areas where you see the striped pattern, those are potential units for expansion. This area here, we know we're going to need additional freezer space, so we'll probably do a stick-built unit here, which will probably be more cost-effective. This red unit is our office building. So the grant that we received from the Indian Country Economic Development Programs, that will help fund purchase of this office building. And then we're going to add a garage and a loading dock area to try to keep, the boxes and the employees out of the weather. Then let's see.
How many acres is that, Janet?
4.23 acres. This is our composting area up here. The entire area has to be fenced with an electric fence to keep grizzly bears out, because we are in grizzly bear country, even though they've been sighted about a mile away from this site, even though we're in the city limits. So yeah, we'll have electric fence from here all the way around the entire property. Except for the parking lot, essentially. This is our office building. It will be ADA accessible. We'll have a small retail counter, some refrigeration space here. The attached garage will be over here. And you can see with the attached garage, we're going to have a covered walking path over to the freezer door of the finished goods module. So we can bring product directly out of that freezer into the covered loading dock area. Let's see, we'll have showers for our workers. A lot of plants don't offer that, but we felt we needed to do that for our employees. Here are their lockers. So this area is pretty much for employees. This will be the public bathroom here, accessed here. Then the administrative office and USDA office. That's required in order to be USDA certified. You have to provide an office for them. This is the compost area here indicated in this kind of backwards L shape. We're going to have we've applied for a grant with the Montana Department of Agriculture to build a shed here and to purchase a couple of pieces of equipment for the composting facility. Let's see. This gives you an idea. Oh, sorry.
So you said that you have to have office space for USDA?
Yes, yes. If you want your plant to be inspected by USDA, you have to have an office for them. And
I thought they were short on inspectors nationwide, no?
pardon me?
I thought they were really short on inspectors nationwide as it is.
Yeah, we we do have an inspector that comes here now for another plant. So we're hoping we can piggyback on his time or her time. We have completed our application to FSIS, so we are in the queue. And you have to get that application in about a year in advance. And we got our application in early January. And so we're hoping to open the plant in January of next year, if all goes well with construction. And we can bump that date back if we have to. This gives you an idea of what one of the Friesla harvest units looks like inside. Here's your skinning cradle here. The knock pen is right outside of this door. And then this is a guillotine door that lifts up and the animal rolls in. This grate under here is the blood tank. And then there are additional grates throughout for drainage. This is the aging cooler. You can see all of the different rails at the top. So we have 4 rows of rails, and then the animal, the carcass will move directly into the cut and wrap unit through this door. There's the cut and wrap unit in operation. Friesla provides all of the equipment, the HACCP plan, standard operating procedures. They train everyone on their equipment, on the equipment. They provide all the vendors and the warranty information for all of the equipment. This gives you an idea of some of the equipment that is coming in the cut and wrap and ready to eat modules. Not all of it, but it's a good idea of what we're going to see. You know, heaters, hot water on demand, hot water, 3 basin sinks and hand wash sinks. They provide 6 months worth of consumables, soaps, packaging, everything we're going to need initially to get started. And there's a finished goods freezer, and there's our composting example. So you can see basically we'll start with a layer of wood chips, then the compost, the hides, the offal, bones, then more wood chips, etc. And then we'll have to keep it wet. So we've got our utility infrastructure will have water to the composting area. We're going to be donating as much of the offal as possible. So we'll donate some hides for tanning, some skulls to the tribal culture committees, soup bones to the food sovereignty program. And for whatever we can't donate or sell, we will compost.
And that'll be your food for the grizzlies.
Right. That's why we have the electric fence. Yeah.
Hey, how are you guys marketing this? Do
So-
you have a name for it and all that?
We're working, so right now, we're calling it SKQ Salish Sanka Kalispa Quality Meats, and it'll be called SKQ Meat SKQQ meets. So we are establishing a corporation, a separate tribal corporation. And that corporation, we've got the bylaws and the articles of incorporation approved by the tribal council. We're adding some Salish and Kootenai words to the title of the name of the plant. And just trying to finalize the spelling and get concurrence from both culture committees on that. And then that will be submitted to the Portland area office for review as a Section 17 corporation. We feel that, you know, with meat processing, it's a tricky business. I mean, there's a lot of liability, so we want to make sure that we have the highest degree of separation from the tribal government as possible, you know, for the establishment of the corporation. So
Is that separation similar to the S&K Technologies?
yes,
too?
and
Yeah.
and EKI, Energy Keepers.
All
Energy-
right.
Mhm.
Damn.
Yeah. So we just let out the RFP for the construction contract today. It's on the Montana Plans Exchange and the Missoula Plans Exchange and in Billings. We are sending it to all of our registered Indian preference contractors for bidding. They will be constructing all of the utilities, the parking areas, the roads, the foundations for all of these modular units, sidewalks. We'll also have a little gravel path here for moving offal from the cut and wrap area to the compost area. We already purchased our composting tractor. We're going to have a skid steer, windrow aerator, quite a bit of equipment that will need a refrigerator truck for distribution of product. As far as marketing, once the name is established and we get our label established, and then we will also have some custom exempt meat as individuals bring in their wild game for processing, then that will be custom exempt. Wild game will not be USDA certified because you have to have a vet in the field when you take the animal, and it's a very cumbersome process. So, but bison that are processed at the facility will be USDA certified. The other thing we are now worried about is chronic wasting disease. It has been identified on the reservation, so we will not be accepting any animals that test positive for CWD. So we're trying to determine where we could hold those carcasses until their tests come back. But at this time, we're not going to take any unless they have a negative test. Because we can't even have any of the offal or the hides even in our compost area because it's such a horrible disease. This is basically our schedule. And we're on track so far with all of these dates. So we're hoping to have construction complete probably by November, if possible. We're going to be training staff this spring, summer, and fall. Hope to get a plant manager on board later this spring. We've got one identified, but that person has to go through the hiring process, and we need to get our board in place for the corporation. So, and hopefully we can start beginning operations in the next winter. Any questions?
Yeah, are you guys open to sharing your articles of incorporation?
We could ask our attorneys.
I think that's, I mean, you guys have set it up so well with Energy Keepers and S&K that, you know, we don't want to reinvent the wheel.
Right.
It's really boilerplate, you know, the articles, but we're specific on how we form our boards. You know, we want a certain amount of tribal members, but we need kind of, you know, specialized expertise from the industry. So that's kind of the difference between our regular articles of incorporation and our tribal charters.
Yeah.
And also, We were really fortunate to have OWISTA, the financial institution out of Colorado. They got involved early on and they got the funding from USDA. So they took that appropriation and put it into their coffers. So we don't have to worry about whatever the feds are going to do with cutbacks and freezes, because they're the people who are administering this 7.65 million on the IAG grant. Any other
Mark move.
questions?
Hey, Janet and Velda, just so excited for this project for you guys, and we're really grateful that that our team was able to, you know, be a part of it. And that main building, the office building, the ADA compliance, this being thoughtful about your employees, just looks really, really exciting. I'm curious, what do you expect your staff, your initial starting staff numbers will be? How many people do you think you'll start out with employing?
Seven individuals is what we've budgeted for.
All
That
right.
includes the plant manager and an administrative person. So
That's great. And then do you think you'll have a ribbon cutting ceremony of some sort in the future?
I would think so. I think we'd have a groundbreaking ceremony initially and then a ribbon cutting ceremony when the plant is ready for operation.
That's great. I think that our team would want to help support the costs of an event like that to celebrate this this achievement.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Anyone online have any comments for them? Oh, thank you. That was really great. Excited to see this come to fruition for you guys. Really good deal.
We appreciate your support too. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Marilyn and Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye now.
All righty. So let's see, Serve Montana, who's that?
They're not here yet, so I think what we could do is move up what some of our team would provide in the afternoon. We can move it up
Sure.
here. Jay, you wanna
Sure.
do an OIS program with Jay?
Do I need to present from here? Can they hear me if I go up?
You wanna go up over there on that side? I
On this
think that would
side?
be
Okay.
good. Share my screen. We're screen sharing, I just saw how they do the slideshow. I think I'm gonna have to go, okay. You can go ahead.
Can I just go ahead?
Mhm.
Okay.
For some reason it's not.
Chair Gray, I'll go ahead and do the OIS update. Can everyone hear me okay online? I'll go ahead then. So this, oh, there we go.
Is that what you want?
Yeah, if you can just go to the next one. So, yeah, just real quickly, I'll start with the OIS update. I do eventually want to get into a House Bill 19 discussion. But we'll start with the OIS update and in fact, kind of wanted to do a little audible if it's all right. I wanted to, Chair Gray, introduce Brian Singer. He's our new entrepreneur development specialist. And yeah, Brian's been with us since December, beginning of December, and it's been really great addition to our team. But I just kind of wanted to give him a moment to introduce himself and talk about, yeah, his background. So.
Well, thank you guys for having me. I really appreciate being here and presenting to you guys here at State Tribal Economic Development Commission. I'm Apsalaga Crow, born and raised on a Crow Indian reservation. My journey has been deeply rooted in serving tribal communities. I have a background in business administration, accounting, and federal Indian land management. I worked for BIA Rocky Mountain Regional Office for 9 years, and so that experience firsthand gave me. I got to work with every tribe in Montana, so it shaped my understanding of economic challenges and the opportunities that our tribal people face. My current role, I manage 2 key programs: the Indian Equity Fund and Native American Business Advisors. TJ will provide more details and updates on those grants. And I wanted to emphasize that these programs, they represent more than just financial support, but they're also tools that uplift Native entrepreneurs, that create businesses that not only sustain, families, but then also strengthen our economic sovereignty on our reservations. And these businesses, they fulfill the needs on our reservations and our communities. So yeah, I'm committed to listening and learning and working alongside everybody, just to promote and support that entrepreneurial spirit on our reservations. And so yeah, thank you for this opportunity to introduce myself. And yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. Yeah, great to have
Ross.
you. Yeah. Yes.
When does our NABA contracts end?
Yeah, so the contracts were just recently signed and the first initial payments were sent out per what the contract outlines. So as far as when they end, I will have to double check and get back to you on that, but it'll be later in the year. We just started it basically for FY25. So.
You said they were renewed?
So for Bear Paw was renewed again as the NABA for
Well,
Creek.
I had some concerns over that,
Okay.
since they're serving Rocky Boy. I was gonna propose a different NABA.
Okay.
He hasn't served his purpose. I could say that. He hasn't come out to Rocky Boy. We've invited him out.
Yeah.
We've got other people that are interested in that,
Okay.
that have supported our reservation people, like they have workshops out there. And he was invited and he never did show. So I had my concerns over.
Has it, just to follow up to that, has it just been like the lack of communication from them as the main issue that you've seen, or is it?
There was
just-
a lack of communication. He was well informed. And I think Paul will be his last year on legislature. But I was a little concerned that we're not getting the cooperation that we should be getting. Our people have to drive 27 miles, 30 miles into Havre. When they can get the services right there in Rocky Way.
So do they apply or automatically?
So essentially, it was basically just a renewal of the contracts from last year. It was basically just the same.
So can we get involved in those when they do come up, like at least be notified, say, hey, we're looking at renewing these? Are you okay with that? Or
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think that'll help alleviate this kind of.
sure. Yeah, we can certainly make note of that for next year and be sure we get your input before any kind of renewal. And also too, with Bear Paw being the NABA who's in place for FY 25, Brian and I can ensure that we work with them because, you know, he has a great vision for the NABAs and we've been working on creating a little more synergy with all of them and more collaborative meetings with all the NABA network. So if there's areas where they're not meeting you guys' needs, we want to be sure to identify that and rectify it as quickly as possible. So we'll make note of that. And,
Yeah, that's all I ask.
okay.
I need the cooperation.
Yeah, understood.
If
Thank
they're
you.
not gonna cooperate, they'll get somebody that will.
Makes sense. Yes.
Well, especially if they're supposed to serve Rocky Boy and they're not even going out there.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's a no-brainer.
Well, they have a current contract, so
Right.
they have a contractual obligation.
Do
So,
something.
Yes. Yeah, and
services.
we'll hold them to that, you know, they need to pay you guys visits and have better communication and serve as the NABA that they're supposed to be, so.
I get on his case.
Yeah.
I'm also a member of Bear Paw Development Board of Directors.
Okay.
I don't know if it's conflict of interest.
You can move to the next slide, Marilyn.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, here we go. So I'll touch on briefly FY 25 Tribal Business Development Grant. So with this grant, as you know, it's for $240,000 for a shovel-ready project for a tribal nation to apply to. And so we've just, we went through the review process with our internal review committee and we arrived at the two awardees for FY 25. So Blackfeet Tribe and CSKT. Blackfeet will be awarded $89,400 for their Buffalo program in Browning. And this project, it aims to purchase 2 large freezers and 1 truck freezer transport unit. And the freezer units will be utilized to provide safe and reliable storage. And while the transport unit will ensure efficient delivery of these Buffalo products to the facilities. So exciting project for them. And then with CSKT, as you just heard from Velda, and then also Janet, in regards to the meat processing office and retail modular in Ronan. An exciting project for them. They're going to be awarded $150,600 to assist in that project. So, yes.
Yeah, I have a question on this. I know that Blackfeet were allowed, were one of the first recipients.
Correct.
And the other tribes, I thought it was gonna kind of go around.
So we got
Yeah.
one.
I know
Yeah.
Little Shell got one, but
And-
then have the other tribes been left out or, you know,
Well,
Blackfeet's gonna get one every other year. And something's wrong with the system.
yeah, and I mean, these programs, they're public on the website, they're available to be applied to, but we go off of what applications have been received. And so for this year, we received, I think 3 total, Blackfeet, CSKT, and then Little Shell had a project as well. So we arrived in our internal committee to award Blackfeet and CSKT after reviewing everything. So we're going off of the applications that come in, but it begs the question that maybe, you know, is there some sort of lack of communication or a lack of knowledge on how to apply? You know, the reason why other tribes aren't applying. That's something that we might need to look at as well, because you're
So
right.
only 3 applied, huh?
Correct.
Oh.
Yep.
May I just contribute to that too? I
Yeah.
think, we know that there's, capacity challenges. You know, when there are so many different programs, they have all the same deadlines. I'm sure the planning departments and economic development teams within each of the tribes have to make some decisions about what to put their efforts towards and what kind of monies they're trying to secure for whatever the projects are, what the match is, how long, you know, if the project's ready to go, if it's still in planning. So, you know, we can't award on a submission we didn't receive. And so, you know, when you get the 3 submissions, then they're competing against each other, whoever's in the pool for that cycle.
So really though, all of it should have went to CSKT.
Well, there's different criteria that the
Well,
review
remember
team.
that one meeting in Haber, we talked about this, it was gonna rotate as much as possible. We're getting away from that?
I don't think you guys were involved at that time.
Well, I think I was new when the previous conversations were about removing the planning grants and turning it into this, right? So it was, a project could get the full award.
Yeah.
If it asked for the full award. But it also has to meet the criteria of what the new development of the program was. So if you end up with 3 submissions or 4 submissions, 2 of them are ready to go, fully meet all of the criteria. Potentially the award could get split, or it could go all to one award. It just kind of depends on the ranking, the review and the review committee. And then, of course, it goes then to the director makes the next decision. And then eventually the governor has to do the final approval. So the review team can go through and score and say, hey, this is what we've come up with, but then the director is the next level of approval.
Chair
Does
Drake,
Blackfeet even have a commissioner anymore?
So-
After, what's her
Oh,
name, Seth, or,
Revis.
yeah, she quit.
Mhm.
I've heard nothing from the governor's office in terms of, a new commissioner. So we're just waiting to hear from the governor's office. Chairman Gray, Commissioner Stan Gray, the one thing I wanted to add to this as well is, during this process, some of them only ask for a limited amount of money. They don't necessarily ask for all of it. Do you remember, was that true for these? I felt like they
Yeah.
did ask for a portion.
One of them did state that they had alternative funding, and they weren't in need of a full award. I can't remember if it was, which one it was, but,
I mean, they're good projects, no doubt about it,
Right.
so I'm not taking anything away from that.
yeah.
Right. I think the other part, just to flesh out again, is,
Ours was better.
well, and also just going back to what the understanding was, going back in time,
Yeah.
right? So maybe going back to those minutes from those meetings. Because,
That's a good point.
you know, in terms of a rotation of who's eligible, who's the next one, you know. I'm personally not recalling that being where things landed on this, but
I thought it
again,
was.
I think we gotta go back and look at the record and review what that is and ensure that
They
this
apply.
is. Yeah, but also what happens if, let's say, it's Fort Peck's turn to
Yeah,
apply
that's
and they
what,
don't apply.
The way we kind of, you know, like Bryce was on there also,
Mhm.
he spoke up. You know, we thought it was gonna be kind of like a rotating. Yeah.
Yep.
So,
And the tribe that got it couldn't apply for like a year.
2 years.
Yeah, 2 years,
yeah,
remember?
Yeah.
Hold on.
No, it makes sense that it should revolve around, but again, you know, we need the applications to come
Yeah.
in.
Well-
But if it's gonna do that, why can't we reach out to them and say, hey, you have the
Go
shot,
apply.
do you wanna apply? If not, then we'll move to the next tribe.
Yeah, that's another way to consider it too. If you'll recall, I think at one of our previous meetings, there was a conversation about this program again. It's just still being fleshed out and how it gets administered. But that it was more important that even if the same person got awarded back to back, the same entity, the same tribe got awarded back to back, it was better that that money got out and used as opposed to not being utilized. And so I think those are some of the things that need to be discussed and how to refine the guidelines and how this program is administered. And if it's meeting the intent of the consultation from over 2 years ago about this.
I know we haven't had any consultation from any department within the state for a couple of years.
Commissioner Sangre, would it be fair to say that we have been working with the STED Commission to receive guidance and consultation on our programs from the Office of Indian Country?
Fair.
Would,
Well,
do we have more to do? At least our department?
yeah, your department's working on, we're still waiting for your visit though.
So for my visit?
Yeah.
Yes. You mean for the tribal tourism working groups?
For the
That's
tourism
correct.
group.
Yes. Okay.
Chair Gray, Commissioner Sangre, would it be good, I think, to put this on the agenda for next meeting so we can, and hopefully have more commissioners here, we can flesh out, talk more about what we want, what you want to do.
Sure. And I think that would give you guys time to kind of process it too.
We'll go back over the minutes and make
Yeah.
sure that we've got a sense of what's been on the record and how if these are aligning or not aligning.
The decision makers at that time are no longer with us.
That's correct. That's correct.
Thank you. You can go to the next slide. Yeah, so I'll get into a quick Indian Equity Fund and NABA update. In the future, Brian, he'll be leading these updates and discussions, but for this one, I just wanted to provide a quick update on where we stand. Next slide. So yeah, the application deadline for Indian Equity Fund, as you recall, September 30th, 2024. We had a total of 123 Indian Equity Fund applications come in, which is really strong in light of the fact that we had transitioned to a new application portal with ServiceNow. It's a little bit of a learning curve for everyone, so it was good to see that many still come in. As you can see, we engaged the NABA network to perform an initial local review. Each NABA helped us with the review process. All applications, they were divided among the 8 NABAs, and the NABAs identified their top 5 applications. They sent those over to our internal commerce team. And as it stands currently, the top 40 applications, it says were reviewed by the internal commerce review team on the week of January 27th. We did have a meeting to review them, but we're still in the process of finalizing the awardees. So
they haven't been.
yeah, the final awardees, yeah, that's a mistake on my part. It's indicating that we've already done it, but we had to extend the review process because we're going back just to ensure that there's eligibility requirements are being met for each one. So yeah, it's still in process. We hope to be arriving at that over the next 2-3 weeks to flush that out and arrive at awardees. So and then after that point, award letters as well as the unfunded letters to let people know that they weren't selected. All those are going to be sent out. And then contracting expected to commence hopefully by late February. So that's where we're at with Indian Equity Fund. A quick breakdown, a snapshot, and it was actually Brian was able to, he put together a little chart to kind of conceptualize where the percentage of applications, where they're coming from. So, you know, as I mentioned, we had 123 total. You can kind of see a breakdown by each tribe of how many applications came in for each and the percentage makeup. So kind of interesting to see, you know, there's some work to be done. Like for Northern Cheyenne, for example, some of them is pretty low percentage of applications that come in. So those are opportunities where Brian and I are working together to see where we can help bolster that, how we can help the NABAs to get more people to apply, create knowledge about entrepreneurship in those areas. And speaking of the NABAs, like I mentioned, we're doing collaboration meetings at least once a month between OICE and the NABAs. Just, you know, it's an opportunity to provide technical assistance, to learn from the NABAs about best practices, updates that they may have. And then also, you know, it's been cool hearing about stories that they've come across, you know, people who've come through their doors, just trends and things like that of different businesses that they're seeing. So those have been productive. I think I'm really glad we have those set up to go the rest of the year, at least once a month, having a check-in with them. So it's been going good. And Brian, he's going to be leading those up. So the onboarding phase is almost over, Brian. Yeah. So if it's okay, Chair Gray, I do want to get into House Bill 19 discussion a little bit. I actually just wanted to go back over the actual language of the bill as a refresher. So this says for House Bill 19, in collaboration with the State Commission, tribal governments and other partners, we are to develop a system for the gathering of data, allowing the department to quantify on an ongoing basis the economic contributions of tribes in Montana. There's also a snippet in here that says that the Department of Commerce may accept contributions and donations from individuals and organizations for the purposes of this subsection. I know we've, you know, even in last November STED meeting, we, you know, talked about House Bill 19 briefly, but we kind of felt like we're at a little bit of an impasse as far as what the expectation is, and we wanted to be sure to get the commissioner's interpretation of what the bill means and what collecting this data would look like. So I just have a few questions here that I wanted to pose to the commission to get their feedback. You know, what does it mean to quantify on an ongoing basis? And then, like, as you can see here, what data already exists out there that potentially could be accepted as I read, contributions and donations. You know, if there's already data out there that already exists, you know, we don't have to potentially reinvent the wheel to create a system. You know, we could utilize that data. So, yeah, just kind of wanted to open the floor a little bit because I know we kind of we talked about it a little bit at November's meeting, but I think we left off, you know, wanting to gain your interpretation more of what it might look like. I don't know if anyone online has any feedback, or Commissioner or Chair Gray, if you have, or Commissioner Sam Gray.
Actually, that our economic contributions, we get a lot of grants and contracts.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say 90% goes into Hill County. And the economic impact of that is dollars we contribute to that, to Havre, Montana, turns over 7 times before it leaves.
Yeah.
So that there would explain your economic impact.
Yeah. Is there anyone else online that, I don't know if you have a thought on House Bill 19? I know there's some guidance from upper leadership that we're still kind of waiting for to clarify some things, some language in the bill, but I don't know if anyone on my team has any other thoughts, or if we need to just maybe, I know we don't have a lot of people here in person today, commissioners, so I'm not sure how much of a discussion we're able to have today on this or not, so.
And just to add to that, Commissioner Cuts the Road is the only one online at this moment, so we don't have a lot of commissioners for feedback on this right at the moment.
Yeah, Chairman Gray, this is Delina. I don't really have a big, long presentation or anything, but it would seem that most tribes, at least Fort Belknap, but I'm sure that most tribes in the state of Montana carry a community economic development strategies document, which is a living document. It's actually formed and based on your tribal leadership strategic plan. And then what you do is you carry that for about 4 years and then you keep it updated. Because tribal administration and councils change, you kind of have to update it whenever you get, your strategic plan from your leadership, your direction updated, then hence you update your SEDS document. Most folks that do have a SEDS have a portal, a way to measure economic development, quantifiable measurements and the success based on the goals and objectives that are laid before you by your tribal leadership. So you could be able to measure things like economic development partnerships. You would describe quantifiable, things, because partnerships are in resources like the presentation that we just heard prior to the SKC presentation. That's a national organization, but it might be a toolkit, in your repertoire that you consider as a partner. And you probably use those quantifiable measurements could be that it actually increases your grant writing skills for your management capacity to be able to go after federal, state, private grants for things that you need, for goals that your leadership sets before you. You could also you document and measure within a certain time frame, because if you don't have a time frame, then what are you comparing it to? So is that the state's operating year so that they could better understand it? The state legislature could better understand it, same as the state's operating year, or is it the tribe's operating year? But at least a 12-month, measurement period. Looking at infrastructure and development improvement, those are biggies for tribes because everything that you do, whether it's a community facility, a detention center, or a commodity service or anything, or your courts, your justice system, everything is reliant on infrastructure development, your water systems, your fiber systems, your broadband systems, like all that kind of stuff. How are you applying your land use plans to those, your zoning ordinance development, maybe your code development? Everything that you really do leads back to the health and viability of your community. So you could measure those things in those ways. By talking about, also what efforts have you done to achieve, like Commissioner Sangre mentioned about grants. We usually pull in millions of dollars in grants. We document, of course, how many jobs those grants create. And that's not just the end result of the grants for, say, 3 victim witness specialists for your law enforcement unit. It could be it could perhaps be, the contractors that you used, to develop policy, or it could be construction workers like SKC. Chairman Gray mentioned about building, their event center. He's got a scale there to show how many jobs will be used to create construction of the actual physical facility. And then he's got also a scale to show how many sustainable jobs, that he's got once the facility is open for use. I guess for Fort Belknap, because it's authorized and I don't have to ask, and because it's information that I would normally report to places like the administration, like the Economic Development Administration and things like that, I would be able to share Fort Belknap's SEDS report for a 12-month period. And maybe even show a comparison of a 2 or 3 year, progression or degression in different areas. That's just my simple, offering from Fort Belknap, is to rely on our SEDS document, our quantifiable deliverables, accomplishments achieved, things like that. That's just a suggestion. If you have a SEDS, you're already putting effort into building and maintaining that document. Why recreate something different and more work for yourself? Why not just use the SEDS document and in your reports that you provide for that to share with legislation? That's just my comment. That's what Fort Belknap will preferably offer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're also participating in the Fed Reserve survey.
Okay.
That's collecting that data. Once we get the results of that, that would really lend to this too. Because they've been asking tribes to participate. I don't know how many. We
Secretary
operate.
and Treasurer would
But no,
You didn't go with it. Just thought I pushed it.
yeah.
Since Laura pulled it.
That's good to know. Thank you for the information, everyone, and we'll reconvene as a team and kind of go over these notes and see, you know, if, you know, perhaps next meeting we can kind of have a more expanded discussion, you know, to have more commissioners here. So, yeah, that sounds good. Any other thoughts on House Bill 19, or that's the main questions I have?
I just want to add that, if later we get more commissioners on, perhaps we should bring it up again, because I think it's
Yeah.
important we really
Sure.
dive into it if we can today, so.
Yeah.
If that's okay, Chairman Gray, if we get more of a quorum.
Where's the bill at now?
What do you mean if
I
it's?
mean, is it going through committees? And-
It's already passed.
Yeah. Oh, that
So
was-
this
That was law
Yeah.
from 23.
Yeah.
I've got a question.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention too, that I think, just in the example of the meat processing project that we heard about, just leveraged funds, so just that was a nice combination of federal, state, and then your programs as well, just showing that there's an impact there, and sometimes those can and are used for match funds to leverage other, funds.
Thank you. Right, I think that was the
you
last
have
one
any-
slide. Is there any other? Oh, yes.
You know, there was a series of articles in the Independent Record regarding voting on tribal lands. I guess it's okay to do that again. I know they were redlined at one time. Banks that didn't serve tribal communities. They were redlined and a lot of banks didn't conform with our needs really. But now they're kind of backing up on that. I don't know if it's atmosphere back to this, is it the present administration that they don't. But it's okay to discriminate. I don't know, there are, like, we got a secure transaction code that was that we developed through the help of this commission. And we've got different codes on the reservation as far as, you know, leasehold mortgage codes. I don't think they look at them anymore. So I just wanted to bring that out, you know, based on that series of articles in Tribune or the Independent Record. Great Falls Tribune ain't worth a dang
Anymore.
It's USA Today all over again.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair Gray.
Thank you.
Commission. Yeah.
So do we have time for Serve Montana?
Yeah.
Right behind you.
Morning, Chairman Greer. Good to see you again. Happy New Year.
I'm back there.
Yeah, man. Frosty ride in. It was
Oh,
awesome.
yeah.
Hello, everyone. Happy to join you today. My name's Sarah Sadowski. I have lots of wonders, like who are all of you people? So I'd love to start with introductions. Who are you?
My name is Anastasia Matheson. I'm the administrative specialist with the Governor's Office of Community Service, or Serve Montana.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Get to serve as the director of the Governor's Office of Community Service for State Service Commission. So thank you. I believe someone said we have an opening, come on down. So I'm hoping that we will be the best thing between you and lunch, right? Got a couple things for you, just a discussion, no PowerPoints. Hello online. Is this your camera here?
That
Yeah.
is-
Okay, very good. You guys do me a favor and just tell us who you are and what you do. Maybe Chairman, is that agreeable and
Yeah.
what would be helpful?
Yeah, no, that'll work. I'll start. I'm Gerald Gray, Chairman of Little Shell and Chairman of STEP.
Yes, sir.
I'm Richard Sangre, Chief Staff for the Chippewa Cree Tribe for 32 years.
I was gonna say, so I've
Before
bumped into you
that, I-
before in a good way.
Before that, I held this position as chairman, acting chairman, vice chairman of my tribe.
Yes, very good. Nice to see you again.
And then Delina? She's a
Yep,
commissioner.
yep, Delina Cuts the Rope, Fort Belknap Indian Community, Tribal Planning Director. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Okay. Marilyn?
Hey.
Hey.
I'm Meryl Wilson.
So
I'm
good.
Tribal Economic Development Specialist, from the, Fed Commission.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. It's good to see you in person.
I'm glad you guys, thank you so much.
Yeah, appreciate the opportunity.
Kinsey Esplund, I am the Business and Tea Division Administrator here at Commerce.
Okay, very good.
I'm TJ Altacruz, also Department of Commerce, the Indian Country Economic Development Program. I'm the program manager.
Okay, sweet.
Rochelle Brown, Tribal Tourism Officer, and I had the pleasure of meeting you last month and just saw some fellow energy
Oh, man, look out.
enthusiasts here, so.
Good thing you gave me room and taped all the cords down.
Love it.
Yeah, thank you.
Brian Singer, I'm also with the Office of Indian Country Economic Development. I'm the Entrepreneur Development Specialist.
Sweet.
Yep.
Very good. Nice to meet you, Brent.
So Janelle Akeley, I'm here with USDA RT and our little team here. We are state community development specialists and work with tribes and rural communities to get resources in the door and yeah, to get activities moving along.
Nice. It's good. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tosh Weismiller, also with USDA Rural Development, heading up this community engagement team. We've met, I used to be with Commerce before, so we've met on a few occasions.
Oh, man.
So, yeah.
A few occasions.
Yeah.
Foggy, to be fair.
That's
I
okay.
don't remember. I remember faces better
Yeah.
than names, so thank you for that.
I'm Mona Schwartz, also with USDA Rural Development. Great to meet you both.
Nice, you guys. Awesome. Where are you based at usually?
These two in Helena, I'm in Bozeman.
Okay, I was gonna say your Montana stickers have a Montana feel if you're in disguise or not. So here we go. So I got a couple things. I will not make you stand here the whole time, but Anastasia's got a couple handouts for you. And if, with your permission, sir, I'd like to mail them to those online or aren't available. Where look is like, all right, is Melissa gonna make it from Lame Deer? So I do know some of your great fellow commissioners, and I've got a crash course for you on the Governor's Office of Community Service. Anytime that folks want to visit or share information, we're available. We're based right here in Helena. We're a state service commission is what it is. And we're set up in 1994 under this National Community Service Act. So we're set up to receive federal funds and create AmeriCorps. So when I was looking around the your attendees and your commissioners, and we have had AmeriCorps members at Belknap, at Hayes Lodgepole Schools. We've had folks at St. Lebre, at Boys and Girls Club of Northern Cheyenne. We've had Conservation Corps and Big Sky Watershed Corps for many years up at Blackfeet. And then Fort Peck Community College has hosted AmeriCorps members as well. And I do believe the Chippewa Cree has a senior AmeriCorps seniors demonstration grant right now. So AmeriCorps in its earliest forms is in the 60s under Vista. Before it was even AmeriCorps, it was Peace Corps and Vista. And we had folks out serving Belknap and Fort Peck. And then also when Governor Roscoe established our office under the Montana Community Service Act, it was Chief Earl Oldperson, Governor Roscoe, and George Dennison, formerly the University of Montana president, who welcomed the first 56 AmeriCorps folks into service on the state capitol. So early on, this thing has been a partnership with our great tribal nation. So very fun to get out in the field and travel around. Also fun to stay put in my own town on a day like today. So I hope you guys are doing well. I look around and I'm like, hell man, these suspects, they should all be in town, right? What's up? So yeah, what's like, seriously, right? So my crash course comes off a notepad, right? I'm really grateful. I'm grateful for all the work that you do. And my goal here is to just share opportunity for you to say, hey, this fits or this doesn't, and put it in your back pocket and be like, wait, I'm gonna think about that. Or I'll pass it to like a young adult and a high school senior or community volunteers, right? So the Governor's Office of Community Service, a small mighty team. The most we've been in the last couple of years has been a team of 8, based up on the complex of the great state capitol. We're not in the building, we're across the street, okay? Very simple, magical times now in state government where everyone gets to move and no one knows where or when. It's super exciting. I will leave it there. So the beautiful thing is that we early on, as I described, had Governor Roscoe Dennison and Chief Earl Oldperson saying, hey, wait a minute, this AmeriCorps thing is something that seems like we should have this here in our state. So for over 30 years, our office has existed and we've put over $10 million into people's pockets through education awards, just for people from Montana who have served, as well as this long legacy. And we've been building our AmeriCorps lungs because frankly, we don't know where all of them went. Some of them are disappeared into other states and other service opportunities. Other folks stay put. And I get visiting with them and they're like, wait, I did this AmeriCorps thing 20 years ago. I'm like, oh my word, how do we not know you? Or people are like, I've met you before. And I'm like, that's a disaster for me. I barely remember, right? But I meet a lot of people and I do like people. So it's never a bad thing if I remember you or not, right? Don't take it personal. Got a 15-member commission on community service. Those folks, as well as the director's seat, are governor appointed. We've got Jim Swan, great characters, Donnie Wetzel, some of these folks that you all know and continue to do great work with. As far as when I think of even just hearing Indian equity, I'm like, oh man, we got to go get some more applicants that shine. And I see that big time, right? Like what is good and how do we do that? So we've got some great folks out there who have supported national service. I want to just go, I'm going to dive in here real quick on that. So we have 2 sides of our office, national service, AmeriCorps, the federal funded side of our office. And then the other side is community volunteerism. So I'm going to start with community volunteerism and circle back to AmeriCorps and give you just a couple of minutes to share any wonders. And then I'm going to tell you about the best newsletter in the land and invite you to give us your email so we can add you to it. Okay. So under community volunteerism, this is pure volunteerism, unpaid, often unrecognized or recognized only locally, where folks are like, hey, that young adult is amazing, right? So we do a couple things under community volunteerism. Right now, an extended deadline until Valentine's Day is the Youth Serve Montana scholarships. So any high school senior who's heading off to a Montana institution who has completed 100 hours of volunteerism in the last 12 months. Turns out Anastasia has been going through these applications and many of them do over 100 in 12 months. It can't be part of a school class, but my favorite story, which I keep telling Anastasia to repeat, but like when we have a young adult in rural Montana, Thompson Falls, right? The hub of Sanders County, is taking a small miniature coat to the old folks home and saying, I'm gonna keep coming back. And all the old folks are like brought to energy to like see this young adult and her small goat. The goat's name is Pickles. I'm like, my God, could this be cuter, right? And then we've got folks out across the whole state. We've had folks at Browning and Belknap. We've also had a couple folks out of Lame Deer who said, hey, I'm gonna go to school right here to Tribal College. So what happens is we've got over 100 applicants who are eligible. We often have a wait list. We got an Arctic blast and we thought, oh, we got too many in draft still and extended it till this Friday. So it's an online opportunity. If you guys are like, we want to share that, we've got a post going right now on Facebook, right? That says, hey, push this thing out, tag your friends, tag your high school counselors, other folks who might be part of it, such as Boys and Girls Club service, right? We'll go through and then this will apply to this fall. It's about $1,250 right off their bill. Half the first semester, the second half in the spring semester. This goes in with recognizing rural and tribal service, where volunteerism, where there's less opportunity to work and go to college. Kind of seems like those days are gone in a lot of ways. And it also recognizes that we have amazing young adults in our state. Some of the old crappy people that are older than me are like, oh, the young adults these days, right? Like they like talk smack on it. And it's like, no way, I can give you 100 stellar young adults from across our state who have done great things in their communities and are going on to Montana institutions. These institutions, that second half of the scholarship is a waiver off the tuition because our campuses want civically minded young adults. So the research is really clear. The more you volunteer as a young adult, the more you'll volunteer throughout your whole life. So that's really what we're up to, is service and volunteerism. Civic engagement is our ultimate purpose. Another thing we have open is the Sir Montana Awards. once the scholarships are done, we will launch a whole, like, hello everyone on Facebook and everywhere else. But we have sent press releases. That's another thing. If you're like, ooh, add this to our email address to your press release, that might be a way that you might find that easier in your inbox instead of on social media. Endless opportunities to spam you with non-spam useful things, okay? So SER Montana Awards are individuals and groups doing volunteer service from around the state. And I wonder too, I'm like, we've had folks during COVID, and I'm escaping the gal's name at Blackfeet, who would literally do everything, and they're driving meals out to seniors in the winter, and they're helping young adults at school in the summer, learning loss, all this cool stuff, looking for citizen nominations. Young people, like, we have a longevity award for a lifetime of service, and as well as posthumous for folks who need to be recognized by their community. Those are open now. Through the end of March, we'll have a opportunity when we form a work group of our commission. Excuse me, they will select their top 3 or 4, and they're usually all that same 3 or 4 that rise to the top. Then we will have a presentation and a ceremony for them in June in the Capitol with the governor or lieutenant governor. It's awesome. Real legit glass awards, very nice. It's really cool because we follow it with lunch. And you get all these positive people who've helped each other out from around the state, and they start looking around and realizing their collective impact. And they often have someone in common, knowing our state is not quite as big as sometimes people want it to be, right? It's a cool thing. So SER Montana scholarships are a big deal for these young adults. It's over 125,000 on every year that goes in to these students' hands essentially, and then SER Montana Awards. And we partner with Montana's Credit Union Network. They would want me to say that. They're great folks, and I think about that banking, and I think about First Interstate down at Lame Deer, right? There's been some headway there, and I wonder if there's opportunity with credit unions as well. But they're very civically minded, they're network across our whole state. They sponsor this event, and then they join us for lunch as well. It's very awesome. Another initiative we have is the Gift of Life, Donate Life. And every April is Donate Life Month. So what we do is we gather with the governor or lieutenant governor, depending on who's available and so forth. This year we will be at the Best Western due to our great legislature taking up every room in the building, okay? What we'll do is we'll recognize the families of the lost loved ones who gave what we call the ultimate gift of organ donation. So usually one person can give up to 8 gifts and save many lives, and this is just organs. If you get into tissue and eye, it really goes up to as high as 75 individuals, but this is just for Montana, by Montana, that says, hey, we know you lost someone, and in their passing, you gave someone else the gift of life. So this is a real somber and serious event. There's usually boxes of tissues around, and people are sharing the story of their lost loved ones. Some are bringing a framed photos or different accomplishments, so it's a really special thing. Along that initiative, we've got an offshoot of that. We have 2 sculpted trees. As you roll the Bozeman, you got Jim Dolan and the big blue horses on the side of the hill there. Jim made us 2 metal trees. They're about this tall, and they're the tree of life. Each leaf bears the name and the year of a lost loved one. So we've got one on the first floor of the Capitol, and the second one's over at the DMV here, Lewis and Clark County, because that's where you sign up to be an organ donor. If you're not sure if you're a registered organ donor, you would have a little heart on your driver's license or state issued ID, right? Other government IDs, but really the most common registry is through the Motor Vehicle Division. We partner with them. They're part of that annual Gift of Life event every April. I'll tell you this though, there's 2 trees and those trees are full. And so sadly, we're not gonna do a 3rd or 4th tree, filling up leaves, sending families to find their person's leaf. So what in the last 2023 session, we've got House Bill 585 passed that approved a design and placement of an outdoor memorial on the Capitol complex for Montana's organ donors. It's gonna be awesome. It's a Bozeman-based architect, Ken Vandenwall, absolutely incredible thoughtfulness that he put into this thing. There's a roof that's got an opening where the sun will shine through to demonstrate the intersection of the 2 lives, for example, and it just goes from there. The thing's angled, so it will automatically water into a butterfly garden, which is a pollinator and a symbol of metamorphosis, and it goes on from there. It's very awesome. The deal is there's no public funds for that. So we're Also, last year, general election's a terrible year to do any fundraising, right? So we've been busily getting ready and we'll be much more serious about raising money for this thing so that our architect can get going this fall on really what is pre-construction, construction, and stuff that he has to do at home, basically. Then eventually it will be constructed in Bozeman and transported and installed in Helena. If you know where the Justice Building is, there's the Capitol, and then further east is a whole line of buildings there. In the back is a walking path that goes around the whole complex. And if you're out for a walk in a -9, it's warmed up to -9. And right by the 3/4 mile sign, there's a little hill. And so when you check it out, that will be nestled into the hill. The whole thing is about less than 50 feet all around. And we'll have informational plaques. And we're working on ways to honor these families by giving them something that will tie back to the memorial versus filling the memorial with names. Because the reality is folks are gonna continue. We have some of the highest percentages of registered organ donors here in the state, and that includes many of our great tribal nations. It's very impactful because not everyone's a match. Not everyone can just register and give, right? And so the higher the registry, the more apt and better chances we have of actually giving the gift of life to someone. It's a beautiful, selfless act. It's also a big deal for our office in partnership with many folks to get this thing done and in a sustainable way down the road. So those are the main issues and ways that we're addressing them. Youth volunteerism, adult and community volunteerism, and then the gift of life and donate life. Ready for AmeriCorps? Okay. On AmeriCorps side, so what you have in front of you is the Montana State Service Plan. We've got a 3-year service plan that outlines our objectives, goals, strategies, and measures under Jan Forte. He's asked all of us agencies to develop those, so the summary is on the inside of the back page. Throughout there, you'll see several things. One, what are we doing with AmeriCorps? I guess, is anyone in here served in AmeriCorps? Yes, this is why I have to ask these questions. What did you do?
America Reads, Montana Reads.
Sweet, awesome. That was a good little bit ago.
No.
I didn't say 20 years, but it's been a while. That's awesome. Where did you serve at?
In Great Falls.
Great Falls, sweet. Very good. Yeah.
Great Falls.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Very cool. The Montana Campus Network for Civic Engagement, they used to be known as Campus Compact. They've got folks at Great Falls as well. And so they've sort of transformed since America Reads, but the education area is a huge focus area of national service still. That's awesome. So we have an alumni deal that I would happily tell you about. Has anyone else in here done AmeriCorps? No? Okay. Have you supervised? Commerce itself has had AmeriCorps members serving in here as well. Blake and Betsy. Do you remember these folks from a couple years ago? I believe they were working on community resilience, disaster preparedness. Does that sound right?
Yep, we were in community at that time.
Okay. See, that's where it was then. It always goes back to America. So now you don't remember. So
I
this
said
is
a
good.
couple times. So I was
Yeah,
going.
that's awesome, man. Very good. What happens is I usually can find an alum, right? And then often state agencies say, hey, AmeriCorps is a strategy for us. We can be extra hands and feet of an initiative. We can also build infrastructure that will outlast the term of service. So those guys were serving as AmeriCorps Vista, which is indirect service, set up after the Peace Corps, as one of over 50 years we've been serving Montana with Vista. So as I go through the things, there's a few things. One, through our office, we really strive to fulfill the dual mission of AmeriCorps. It's not volunteerism, it's not workforce development, it's national service. So any individual can apply, become accepted, and serve. And we serve everyone, right? So we'll have a team coming in and they'll help build houses outside East Helena with the Habitat. And then we'll have individuals in service for up to a year at a time. So there's a wide range from short-term direct service to a full year of indirect service, meaning that indirect service is in an office, usually a single or double placement, and there's something in place when those individuals are done serving, a fundraising binder, a new website, a social media campaign that's written out that someone can carry forward, and other examples, okay? So there's ways that you, as well as Commerce, can say, hey, this sounds awesome, we want to have an AmeriCorps member, or in your tribal communities. We want folks to know that young adults of all ages, basically we say 18 to alive is our age range, and they can serve. That's like huge. Up to a year at a time, you get a $7,000 education award. The education award's a voucher, and it's good towards federally backed tuition and student loans. So we get folks who do gap years, we get folks who retire and do AmeriCorps because over age 55, they can transfer their ed award to a family member. So there's all sorts of cool things that when you start peeling back the details, of which also become overwhelming. So I'll leave it there with the ed award. But this whole thing, there's over 55,000 people in AmeriCorps serving our country, and almost 800 of them served in Montana last year. I would hope one of our longest running partners is a national direct program called the Montana Conservation Corps. They got an office right here in Helena, headquarters in Bozeman, Missoula, Kalispell, formerly Billings as well. These folks are out in Corps settings in the old school Conservation Corps way, where there's teams going out, there's got big white Suburbans, and they're rolling out to public lands. So there's ways that all of Indian country can say, hey, this is opportunity for our young adults. This is opportunity for our organizations, right? To say, hey, we want to do this park, we want to do some environmental stuff. Hire Conservation Corps. They will come out and do things impressively well. They run chainsaws, they're fully self-contained, they need a place to camp, right? Some of this stuff, but very cost-effective strategy for getting things done quickly. They also have been very successful in reducing fuels for forest fires, right? Drought resiliency. We also have our Justice for Montanans program, and those folks are providing access to the legal system and civil law for income eligible Montanans. That includes the Indian Law Practice Group, where folks are helping out with Indian wills. They're helping out with basic paperwork that folks are very hard to access when you're out in the middle of nowhere with limited access to attorneys and legal support. It's a very cool thing that's been going on for a long time as well. So from there, you should have a handout inside your jacket. That's all the AmeriCorps programs. The front and second page, the back of the first page is the ones under our office. So we also offer planning grants, and you'll see 2 planning grants there. One is the Montana State University Office of Rural Health, as well as another one called Family Scholar House. Planning grants, and I would love it if any one of you said, hey, we want to have a tribal planning grant. It would be awesome. We came very close to a tribal program based under the Office of Public Instruction a couple of years ago. It did not get off the ground. We absolutely insist that we do this in a good way with our tribal nations, and it was starting to get a little bumpy there at OPI. I will leave it there for now. But there's a great opportunity for eligible organizations, which include tribes and commerce and whatever the structure would look like, but we've got up to $100,000 for 1 year planning grant. And so folks would say, hey, we want to do economic development, and is AmeriCorps the right strategy to do that with? A combination of direct and indirect service. So a tribe, as well as a state agency, could say, hey, we're going to apply. We're going to get $100,000. We're going to hire someone. We're going to do assessment. We're going to travel. We're going to develop an AmeriCorps program. Turns out you need that runway to figure out where individuals will serve, who will supervise them, and what will they get from serving, right? Some training, some sort of community resource and access, like a service site where they have a desk and a computer, okay? Really cool stuff. So we'll see where these 2 do here in April when they say, yep, we're going to come back and apply for as a program, or they'll say, oh, AmeriCorps is not the best resource or strategy for this need. For us, the foundation is need and resource alignment. AmeriCorps, we don't do everything, but what we do very well and very cost effectively. So if there's any interest in a planning grant, would absolutely love to visit further on that. The other pages there, you'll see AmeriCorps Vista. There's 4 Vista projects in the state. Those folks are the indirect individuals, and I think, oh man, Commerce used to have Vista, as well as different youth organizations. I'm trying to think, in tribal colleges have hosted AmeriCorps Vista as well. I think Fort Peck Community College, Alex up there was one of the most recent ones. But what is the deal is that you can also say, hey, we don't want a planning grant. We want an AmeriCorps position though. And you can go to one of these existing programs and say, we want a partner. I want to have an AmeriCorps member to serve with me in this location to do this thing and achieve these outcomes. And next thing you know, you're working with one of these existing programs to be what we call a service site. It's very awesome. On the back page is our national directs. Those folks are not based only in Montana, they serve multiple states. So that's where you'll see Habitat Conservation Corps. JVC Northwest has been out at many tribal schools for a long time. That last one is the NCCC, that's the 18 to 25-year-olds, as well as short-term direct service for organizations and really cool opportunities for young adults to serve too. They get a full ed award, they travel a massive region, and they do service projects. The deal with NCCC is, which I have fought for them on behalf of all of our great tribal youth, is that you apply and they tell you where you're going. What I would love is if a tribal youth in Montana could apply and be assigned to Pacific region. So when they come into Montana, they could say, hey, I'm gonna take a little time off and go see family, right? Ways that we can incorporate more tribal folks serving would be absolutely awesome in NCCC. Well, we had some folks up and they'll be back as well out in, let's see, Plains, Paradise area, out in the lower Clark Fork, as well as here in Helena. And there's several projects, one up at Polson as well, that folks have said, hey, we want a team to come give us a hand for a couple of weeks. So that's some of it. So you've got the state service plan and handouts. You also hopefully got a sweet little sticker. The sticker is for our Serve Montana Symposium, and we're planning that right now. That will be in March over at Carroll. While they're on spring break, we will take over their main Carroll College Cube, as well as one of the classrooms, or one of the buildings. O'Connell will have about 4 classrooms there. We'll have about 150 AmeriCorps members, everybody in service that we can get to come. And we do a Serve Montana Symposium. We facilitate a regional networking so they can see and meet each other, which is a huge demand that all AmeriCorps members have. They're like, you keep saying there's more people, where are they? The other piece we do is this conference style. So they'll hear from Mike Jetty, they'll hear from Donnie Wetzel, they'll hear from Megan Torgerson, which is Reframing Rural. And we've had other great folks in the past like Shane Doyle as well. So how do we give these AmeriCorps members information they need to serve Montana well as further them in their life? So that dual mission that says we're meeting needs and developing our AmeriCorps members in the process is absolutely fair. If you're like, I want to do AmeriCorps and I need to get an Ed Award and I want to develop my career or make a career change, or I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to get money from college in between. So there's really no reason that is a bad one. All the reasons are good. If folks want to serve here, great. If they say, well, I want to go somewhere else. I served my first year in Alaska. I was in Montana. I was like, oh, Alaska's sweet. I'm going. Everyone was so kind to me. They were nicer than anywhere I've ever been with a Montana license plate. They're like, do you know so-and-so? Oh, you got somewhere to stay? All this. I was like, oh my gosh, I actually had people in common 2,000 miles up the road. It was amazing. And then I did a second year here in Helena, almost as long ago. Like, what happens, right? Time goes either way. So what I would say is, I want you to just know about AmeriCorps. We're alive and well in Montana. It's an opportunity for tribes to use a national service as a strategy to get things done, as well as an opportunity for all people in Montana of all ages to join and serve right where we live, or to go somewhere else, lower 48, Alaska, Guam, Puerto Rico, Hawaii. I'm like, dang, why didn't I pick Hawaii, right? It's like, man, I see Doris from Guam, my colleague from Guam, and it's like, Doris, what's good, you know? She's handing out macadamia nuts, man. It's like, oh, we don't have those in Montana. But very good stuff across our whole network. It's very, very good thing. And we've got a long history with tribal nations. So I think about where can we, as national service, be a strategy for your goals on economic development? That would be one of my wonders that I would leave you with. And then if you would like it, I would be happy to add your email to our monthly newsletter. It goes out once a month near the last business day of the month. And it's awesome. You'll see AmeriCorps members, you'll see things like, hey, the scholarships are open. Hey, Serve Awards are open. Check out this memorial, see what's going on in your town and around the state for national service. What else would be helpful?
Do you have a link for that I could maybe send the commissioners and say, hey, sign up here if you're interested, or do we have to, is there a way to do that?
Yeah, we can share that link with you easily as follow-up. You can also serve.mt.gov is our website, and you'll see sign up for our newsletter right in the upper corner there. And that would be great as well. Or you can just say, hey, sign me up. But yeah, serve.mt.gov. What questions or wonders or demands might you have that I could answer and support?
have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you give an example of a planning grant that you guys have done recently? I'm just really curious to hear. what you've done.
Yeah, so right now, one of our most positive and promising planning grants is with MSU. They also, I would say, our longest running programs like Fish, Wildlife and Parks, Agriculture, Ag Corps, Montana Department of Ag, and Justice for Montanans all started as planning grants, and Ag is in their second year now, and Watershed Corps just is like at their 15th year. So it's really cool when folks go forward and they say, hey, we want to do this thing, and we did the homework to build the foundation for it. After COVID, we had our good friends out at Richland County Public Health Department. They said they were taxed basically between the capacity of local, the 16, 17 most eastern counties, those public health departments. They were really struggling after COVID, as we all know. And then also they had trouble being able to sustain their operations. And then there was a challenge around recruitment, and both those things just kept being out of alignment. So we all got together. It's all very agreeable. We love them. They still have AmeriCorps seniors out there. That's another group that has over 2,000 people in service. We partner with them, though. They're not under our office. And so we looked and I was like, holy cow, I need more in this Healthy Futures health related area. So this needs assessment, when you open the thing, you'll see we did a service plan. You'll see we did a needs assessment, and we aligned the needs with the focus areas of AmeriCorps: education, disaster response, economic opportunity, and so forth, always including American Indian Affairs. I was like, oh man, the need didn't go away, right? So I went and I found every single person I could in the health realm, right? And there's a real push for access to healthcare. There's a push for workforce development. So there's all these little pieces, right? Next thing I know, I'm talking to like the sixth entity who also knows the other five, right? So then I'm like, hello. Like I've talked to all you great people. Does this seem like a good idea? They got together and they said, we'll make MSU the sponsor, the grantee, but they're all in partnership under an advisory council to do a needs assessment and say, what is the need that we need students to engage with through higher ed and healthcare settings? Wait, is that count as a credential or some sort of pre-apprenticeship? Like, and really take the time to put that together thoughtfully. So I'm very optimistic that this April, they'll come back and say, here's what we did, here's what we want to do with AmeriCorps members, and then they come back and apply for anywhere 7 or more AmeriCorps member positions. And giving them the runway to say, hey, get recruiting now, right? Get folks plugged in. So that's a great one for sure. And it seems really promising. We have had folks at what's another one? The Office of Public Defenders, right? State agency, huge need, regional offices, all this stuff. It's like, oh man, can you guys in AmeriCorps help with this? Probably, right? So it turns out they did a planning grant and they were like, whoa, federal dollars. This seems like, is this what we want? Where would the people be? We went and partnered them with the Montana Legal Services Association. Justice for Montanans now has a team serving OPD. So we could not have done and grown our existing program in service around partnership with OPD without the planning grant. It just wouldn't have gone that way. So sometimes it leads to growing existing programs, and other times we're able to expand and start new programs under different focus areas that we're not currently serving. Yeah, good one. What else do you wonder? What would be helpful, Chairman? Thank you.
A lot of information.
Oh man, I'll tell
I'm
you.
out of breath just listening to you.
It's not even afternoon time. I'm not even a morning person. Yeah, I'm thankful for the opportunity, guys, and I do hope that things are going well here with this group. Everyone wants to talk uncertain times and unprecedented, right? I'm kind of over that language. We have something special here in Montana, and that absolutely includes our great tribal nation. So I enjoy rolling out and visiting folks. Be more than happy to visit with council, visit with other leaders in your communities that say, hey, come tell us about AmeriCorps. I also like laughing, and so I will come out and I will laugh with you.
We like to laugh.
Yes, sir. Yes, Richard.
Are tribal colleges taking advantage of this?
Some are.
Some.
I can't say all of them right now. Yeah. Good question. Yes, sir.
Have you been involved with the IWG, the interagency working group to bring AmeriCorps Vista positions to energy communities, specifically in Montana.
Oh, yes, I have,
Yeah,
actually. I'm
so-
like, not the group itself.
Okay.
I've been involved with the energy communities with the national partners who are
Yeah.
doing that. Is that the agency group you're talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah. So
DOE,
our-
EPA?
Our team is part of that group, and so through that effort, eligible regions in Montana.
Yep.
We're able to place. So recently, can you share the three that, is that public?
I don't
knowledge
know
or-
the three yet,
Oh,
because
okay.
hopefully they will get here in time to be at our symposium, but I don't
Okay.
think they've been oriented yet, have they?
No,
Yeah, I
no,
don't
but
think they'll start until, I wanna say later in February or March was their orientation.
yeah, so essentially.
But the short of it, yeah.
Yeah, community development finance institutions, Plenty Doors and People's Partner for community development. So Northern Cheyenne and Crow both will have AmeriCorps Vistas, and I believe Beartooth RC&D will as well.
Nice, good.
So again, there's economic development, housing, other elements that you can really focus on
Yep.
business support.
Yeah, thank you.
Pretty wide and all encompassing.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love that anyone else even knows about that, by the way. That's like awesome. So 9 counties, right? This is unlike the way I just described it. The Fed under the last administration was like, we're doing this. So the 9 southeastern counties is exactly what you've described, right? So from Rosebud on down, and then a little bit west into Crow Country, south of Yellowstone County, are eligible for what they're calling energy community vistas. The whole point, and this could be an opportunity because typically AmeriCorps Vista will ask for a cost share. It's just amazing that I had no idea that they were getting the word out. We've put it in our newsletter. We're like, hey, this is a thing. There's some of those counties and communities that don't have housing. They don't have people. The Fed had looked at it and said, we're gonna do this great thing. And then they're like, oh wait, it's all open prairie, right? A lot of it, especially like Circle, Montana. Where's an AmeriCorps member gonna live, right? And what will they be doing? There's ways to look at, say, how do we develop our economy in these southeastern communities of Montana that is a little less coal reliant? And I say that with a ton of love. That is some of their messaging. When I go to Colstrip, I'm like, whoa, right? I'm not getting involved with all that. But it's very dynamic, right? Between Crow and Lame Deer and Northern Cheyenne, as well as the non-tribal folks in there. There's a whole lot going on. I love it. I love chatting with the guy at Ace Hardware right after I left tribal council, right? Like this is what I'm saying. I like rolling and visiting with people. The reality is, AmeriCorps could be a great strategy. And so I'm delighted that 3 folks are like, yes, we're gonna do this. There's I believe it was even up to the full 9 where they were trying to place. And so there is opportunity potentially where there's national partners with the Fed who say, this part of Montana is where we really want to focus on serving. So as we get 3, I believe it's a limited resource for a couple of years only, and they're not engaging partners in a cost share for that. So you could say, hey, we want to have a member down here at our tribal economic development office or something similar, if it's housing, right? Something else that would contribute to economic development. And then they would say, you have 2 options. One, you can do local recruitment, which is always what I would say is keeping the power in the people's hands, right? So you'd say, hey, we've got an individual here who's finishing up college or is not sure what else to do. We could have them join, apply to be AmeriCorps Vista and serve right where they live as well. And maybe that would get an ed award going or other opportunities in the community at the same time. We don't necessarily want to transplant folks over and over into rural and tribal Montana. I've sat with folks up at Fort Peck who are like telling me stories. And yes, we're laughing, but that's painful laughs where it's like license plates getting stolen and all this stuff. Is folks not understanding where they've moved to, frankly, is the AmeriCorps that side. Yes, ma'am.
May I ask a question, Chair? So serve how? What are they actually doing?
We're gonna find out. They have really general work plans and they're the first cohort.
Okay, but
Yeah.
examples of potential activities would be pulling weeds? Like, I mean, what are we
So for
talking
this
about?
Energy Vista
Yeah.
one in particular, it'd be all the indirect service. So they'll do some sort of assessment and they'll say, what are the other economic drivers here? What are the
So
other
like research, data entry reports.
and some planning after that. So ideally, when
Okay.
they're gone, you and I have a plan there that says, hey, did you know more people at Cheyenne could be applying for the Indian Equity Fund, right? You'd be like, hey, that's a driver for economic development. So is there someone at Cheyenne that would
Got it.
say, we want to do this thing, and it dovetails with the local initiatives already?
Thank you very much for
Yeah.
clarifying that.
No, it's a good one. That's the hard part too. Some folks are in these different realms and they say like, we want to do some logging up at Blackfeet. There's no logging in Southeast Montana, right? So you kind of look and you say,
Mhm.
what does East Travel Nation want? And how can AmeriCorps support their efforts? That's really the best way. Yeah, great question.
I'll just make a plug for AmeriCorps Vistas. They're ready to hit the ground running. They're
Yes.
brilliant and they become leaders elsewhere. So
Yes.
you mentioned a few where they're out in the field and they're working at building rural tribal capacity, and then kind of switch over to the Montana Community Foundation or whatnot, that then continues to take that experience and
Mhm.
groundwork that they had and apply it all across the state. You see that time and time
Okay,
again.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely love it when we see a Vista project come to fruition. Absolutely. So we've had folks in nonprofit sector do fundraising binders, right? That's some sort of way to build capacity that will outlive the service. And this is focused on the change of economy around the energy shift and what are the other drivers here that we could build upon.
Sure, just a follow-up, so Partners for Cost Sharing.
Yep.
Is that essentially, like people splitting the rent bill? Or
Nope,
how does
it's a
this work?
simple, so what happens is our current programs, they have the funding, they have the training money, they have all the t-shirts, right? So we get their people and we partner and we say, okay, we're gonna place a member at Commerce. They pick someone in partnership with that site supervisor, a candidate is selected. They are then provided onboarding training essentially.
Okay.
Everything along that way is focused through the program. The service site would usually, it's about $10,000 for a full year member.
Okay.
And it's a simple cost share that says, hey, we're gonna do either 1 or 2 or quarterly payments, however, and that's gonna support the cost of the individual serving, but
Okay.
there's very little administration from there.
Okay.
It's a simple cost share, and then the site supervisor says, hey, I'm gonna sign her timesheet. I'm gonna give her a mid-year eval and make sure her computer and phone's working so that I can be successful in my service.
Okay.
Great question. And AmeriCorps Vista, those 4 projects, it varies a little bit. Some do up to 3-year projects at a time, and that's cost share is reflected in a graduated scale. Others, they say, this is our flat rate. I always tell folks, if you're not sure and you look through Vista and you think, oh, this one's education, but this is public health, and I kind of want to do both, call them both. And say, hey, what's this timeline, right? When will folks start serving, that sort of thing. Those energy vistas, I want to say it was like early April. I have it all in my notes because I visit with them. And also, as we see different resources shift, you may see that opportunities to partner with the energy vistas exist where maybe other agencies can't afford the cost share, or they've lost another site somewhere out in Southeast Montana, and they're like, hey, wait, this is an opportunity for us, even though it's more short term. Great questions. So the beautiful thing is that you guys have this Commerce Indian Country little magazine. And this is how we met, by me sending Anastasia for our resource table and saying like, get us more of those Indian Country magazines, right? And so I just want to give you a shout out. Thank you for the delivery.
You bet.
Thank you for being like, come talk to us. We're very grateful. Always available, the serve.mt.gov. Give a shout out, make demands, say, I want to learn more about this AmeriCorps thing. I'm always happy to visit with councils too. If you're like, hey, come on out and visit, I'll absolutely do that in the best way possible.
And she's talking about the tribal tourism guidebook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah.
Our AmeriCorps members love it, right? So we just want to make folks realize that many things. One, diversity in Montana is rural and tribal. Indians are real, right? And that there's great opportunity throughout our whole state to figure out that not everyone is how they look, right? People look all sorts of different ways, and we all have these different ways of living our life in Montana. And that is just one little teaser. That book is absolutely beautiful and encourages them. And then we go and give them Indian Ed for All stuff that says, hey, these are the essential learnings. This is how you could go to a powwow in a good way. And this is where you can ask questions appropriately, and really increasing the ability of tribal relations is our ultimate goal. So that's the quick and dirty. Yeah, thanks you guys, Chairman.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you guys have a great rest of your day. They've set up some amazing lunch. I don't know what that means, but it's gonna be good. Thank you. Yeah, good to
Chair
see you.
Gray, Angie DeYoung was supposed to present at 11:45, the Native American Trade Mission in Paris. She, due to time, do you mind if we change that to 1:45, 2 o'clock?
Oh, lunchtime.
All right, adjourn.
Okay, here we are. I don't know. I can't hear anything though. For some reason, I can't hear you. Well, I can hear now, kind of. Okay, I can see and hear a little.
Testing, testing.
Okay, I hear you.
Okay, you got the floor, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm John-Lee Renning-Fisher,
I'm Justin Olcher.
and we're the owners of OC Welding and Fabrication LLC. We were the Indian Equity Grant recipients in 2020, right before COVID had hit. We built a shop in East Glacier Park, Montana. Do you want to talk about the size?
Yeah, it's 60 by 80 with 16-foot walls. I got radiant heat in the floor. 14-foot garage. I can fit a semi cattle pod in there amongst a lot of different size trailers, horse trailers. There's just a lot of projects that I could fit inside that shop due to this grant that helped us significantly.
So if you see the first collage that I had sent, there's like a picture of an old brown truck and the welder, a plasma cutter. That is, so it's kind of a funny story. When we first decided to start the company, Justin was always inspired by his uncle growing up, who was a welder in our community, and he had watched him growing up and decided that that was something he wanted to pursue. And the Blackfeet Manpower had put on a training to certify welders, and Justin was the only one in that class that had passed the test. And he later became a welder for a pipeline for the East Glacier Bridge. And then in our community, it's kind of very hard to, I guess, land a job welding for a big company in the area. You have to kind of, I guess, have the experience and other credentials. But he had he started to work for the tribe, the Blackfeet Housing, for years, and one day, you know, he just kind of got tired of, he knew what he always wanted to do, but he never really knew how to pursue it. And he showed up one day with an old, like 1980s pickup bed with a welder on it that a buddy had loaned him. And he used that, and he made enough money to buy his own welder, which is in the picture, the Miller right there in the blue. That was our very first welder that we purchased. And as he went on, he was able to just keep buying tools. Every job that he did, he would just turn around and buy more tools, buy more, like the plasma cutter in the bottom picture. That was what we purchased next. And then the old brown pickup up there, I call it the Jeepers Creepers pickup, but that's what he wanted to, he wanted to get a pickup and be able to be mobile for, you know, we had a lot of customers that couldn't bring their equipment here because it's heavy duty and things like that. So we bought that pickup and belt, we towed it home, and he was like, I can get it going, I can, you know, and it was like an old farm truck that sat for years, and the guy's like, I don't know what's wrong with it. It's so old, we can't even, honestly, we couldn't get a title for it for a long time. So so that's what he used essentially for a while to get us around, you know, to start the company. And then, so we both held full-time jobs in 2019, and then 2020 had hit. And this was something he was like, okay, I want to pursue this. This is what I want to do. You know, let's make it work. So he resigned from his job that he was at for like 7 years. And then he started to just take on jobs that he could, welding. And then I eventually resigned from my job. And so we start searching for funding sources. We went to a bank. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but it's the bank that we've went through for years, and they're off reservation. And we said, you know, hey, we started a company. We're seeking a loan. We need to buy a pickup. We need to build a shop. And they kind of we did it, the credit app, everything. And then they basically told me, we don't give out loans on a reservation. And that was something, you know, I wasn't used to rejection like that. And I felt so hopeless. We were like, okay, what do we do? What can we do? You know, and we start searching for different banks that, you know, we didn't understand why. We banked with them for years, and then they just kind of rejected us. So we were told of a bank, a local bank, which is the NACDC, the Native American Development Corporation. And so I set up a meeting with them. And at the time, the gentleman's name was Matt Harrington. And he kind of helped me, you know, walk me through everything. And then he said, have you ever heard of the Indian Equity Grant? And I told him, no, I haven't. And so he showed me the application, and so we planned another meeting, and we sat down, and, you know, he just kind of helped me. He really, really helped me. He was like a saving grace for our company, because we didn't know, you know, we're new, and we don't have that much resources on the reservation here. And so I applied for it, and we were like, okay, you know, we obviously don't have enough for both, but we'll make something work. And then we were told that we were awarded the grant, and so we decided, you know, let's just build a shop. You know, that way we're out of the elements in wintertime. We're not scrambling all over. You know, a pickup, sometimes you have you know, mechanical problems, things like that. So a shop I thought was more beneficial to our company, being that, you know, we can always upgrade it. I mean, it's not going anywhere. And so that's kind of where we decided to, how we decided to build the shop. And if you look at the second photo, Dustin, he had experience with building he had another uncle that was a contractor here on the reservation. And so the first picture on the left is his dad. Him and his dad, they were building, they were setting the posts, and his dad worked in construction for years. So we were very blessed that he does have experience, because we didn't have to pay for any labor. He did all the labor by himself. We just had to basically buy the materials with a grant. So those are the posts, and then a picture of the flatbed with all of the material and just kind of all the work that he did. I tried to capture a few pictures of the progress. So in the next one, we have some family members that had showed up and helped us, and Justin's very photogenic, so you're not gonna see me in any of these pictures. I don't take pictures of myself. But he obviously is the more extrovert here. And so the bottom or the middle picture, he's setting, what is that, nails? Yeah, I don't know any of those, but so I just kind of captured pictures of the progress, I guess. It took basically all fall and some almost into winter, summer, fall.
Kind of into summer. I think it was like 3 months that I had. And only help that I had on this project was the trusses, and pretty much everything else was by myself, because it was kind of during the lockdown COVID era. So I had to get all my material at once because everything was shutting down. So I had a lot of time to construct this and do it right and real nice. So everything turned out better than I expected.
And then the next slide or the next collage is just kind of more progress, kind of the tin from the ground on up. Then I just took pictures of the tin and everything. And then the next one, so since it was during COVID, there was a lot of relief grants out there, and we applied for a few of the COVID relief grants that also help purchase like the, what is that? The radiant heat and the concrete. So, we took the initial grant, which was the Indian Equity Grant, and then we just ran away with, adding on everything that we could and taking advantage of what we could, because we wanted this done immediately. We didn't just want to start it and then stop and not finish it, so we were just really gung-ho about getting it all done. So there's just kind of pictures there of the concrete, and then we had to hire the laborers for the concrete. That's kind of towards the bottom of the slide. So that's where we finally finished. I think it was around November, and like he said, that's right when COVID had hit, and we weren't allowed customers. If you see, he's wearing a mask in the concrete pictures with the other guys. So we were just really, it was perfect timing for us, because we were allowed to have customers, even though, we were on lockdown, but it was like essentially outside. So we just have customers drop things off and then, pick it up when he was done. If you get to the next slide, there's just pictures of this project that he did. It was called Operation Buffalo Wing. So we were actually out of town one day, or for the weekend, and he got a call, and they're like, hey, we're trying to transport these buffalo to Alaska, and we have these shipping containers, but they're not up to specification. So we need to take the top off and modify it down enough to fit on an airplane, and so we packed our bags back up and headed home, and he got back kind of late, and he headed out there. Since, we were able to do mobile welding, he went out there, and so he kind of took the top off. In the picture there, you can see I guess you could tell him what you did there.
There was specific measurements for an airplane to haul its cargo to Alaska, and it was the first time Alaska's ever had buffalo, so it was kind of a big deal, and time was an issue, so I had to work from 6 in the morning till 1 at night for like 3 days. And we had to put buffalo stalls in there to keep buffalo in, and then have a feeder and a water trough built inside of this, and then also secure enough for a crane to pick it up with the buffalo in it and to load it onto a cargo plane. And it was a really big honor and opportunity for me to do something like this, because it was just like I had to drop everything. I've never built one of these before. All I had was an idea. I didn't have a blueprint. I didn't have no drawings. So I kind of had to actually wing it, for my best abilities, which obviously turned out pretty good, because the people that we built it for, they ended up sending me an eagle feather and some salmon and something else from the up there in Alaska, and it was pretty good salmon. Salmon, and I was like, geez, all they sent me was one jar. I was thinking they could have sent me a case, I was happy with the one jar, but anyways, this is the kind of jobs that I've been getting, where it seemed like everything was drop what you're doing, and we got to have this done by so and so time, and as time progressed, and I already had the experience from welding on the bridge and welding with my uncle, and then but I kind of put my dreams on hold, and I got kind of comfortable with the 8 to 5, and I kind of wasted about good 5-6 years or so that I could have been already ahead of the game. But now, like, my goals are to get the fabrication for these big jobs, as for instance, right now out in my shop, I have 24 brackets that go to the Heart Butte Indian Days Arbor out there, and they waited months from a guy from Oregon to fab those, and that's the market that I want to get, is to fabricate for these big jobs, like I did last summer for the Amtrak. I put in, I think it was 815 feet of handrail, which was fabricated by a company over in Kalispell. And, I want to start getting those, get to that point. I'm not there yet because I don't have the resources available to me as like a CNC or a bender and stuff like that.
Well, if you look on the collage there on the top right corner, those are what he's actually has out in the shop right now. So we actually have a multi-million-dollar company outside right now that he's been working with for the past 2 days, but he took a late lunch to come in and do the presentation. If you look at the top left, he's building, last year and the year before, it was kind of he had an idea, because winter months is very slow for us usually. We don't have very much going on here in East Glacier, Browning area. So he decided one winter, he's like, hey, I think I'm gonna start building calf shelters. That's one thing, a lot of farmers and ranchers in the area really need, being that we have like negative 50 degree weather with wind chill, things like that. So that's what he's building in the shop there on the top left corner. The picture, the second from the top on the right hand side, he received a call last year, and they're like, hey, our train is down through the pass. Are you able to come up here and weld for us? We can't get it started. So he packed up and headed there. The picture below that is he's working with Glacier Electric The middle picture is a cattle pod. That's the capacity that we're able to hold in the shop. Is that big of a cattle pod or pickup or semi, things like that. So like I said, he's very photogenic. He's taken a lot of photos of himself. So I'm glad that he was able to record a lot of this because like I said, I just took pictures of progress, you know, jobs, things like that. We have been busy to where we haven't made a website or anything. We're on Google. He always lets everyone know we're on Google if you ever are in the area. Below that, those pictures, it's just a few other projects and then like an example of in the shop. You know, and I really wanted to just express my gratitude towards the Indian Equity Grant for the funding and believing in us because, you know, we were never able to reach our goals and dreams and aspirations without the funding that you guys have provided or that the fund has provided. You know, it was kind of our kickstart and our motivation, even though we faced some, you know, I guess we faced some challenges along the way. It's never has stopped us. It's always been our biggest motivation to keep going because we have the ability, you know, we have the shop. That's one asset that we'll always have and we'll always be able to conduct work out of. And because we have that, you know, we can only grow from here and we will, you know, reach our goals. Every year it's gotten better for us thanks to the Indian Equity Grant. And I really appreciate, you know, the grant believing in us, like I said, and being available for Indian country because being that we're sovereign and we are on the reservation, we have limitations to funding. We have a lot of I guess banks, investors and things like that that will really fund in our area, being that it's, you know, we're on the reservation. So I'm very thankful for it and every chance I get, I do recommend the grant. You know, everybody that I know, every small business owner that I collaborate with, I'm like, you need to apply, you know, it would really help in the long haul. Like I said, I can't express my gratitude and appreciation for it. And I'll always advocate for every small business in Indian country to apply because it's something that is very important and beneficial to our people in each reservation. Does anyone have questions?
Good to have those success stories, you know, I'm glad the State Commission could play a part in it. I'm sure there's a lot more other people out there that have those success stories, but then we have some that are not successful. And you're a living example.
Yeah.
You're a living example of what can be done with what you have. And I appreciate it as a State Commission member that we were able to see that we're part of the success for other people and to help each other. I know we talked earlier about the banks kind of redlining reservations again. And I know we're going to have some hard times, but I'm glad you guys are successful in what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is Misty Cool. I'm the Governor's Director of Indian Affairs, and I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for taking out the time to present to us and the photos. I've got my head spinning, so I may be in touch about potentially, you know, and Brian or TJ, maybe exploring some options for that fabrication piece that you'd like to add to your services.
Yeah.
So I'll be keeping that in mind and I'll make sure that I get your contact information, okay? And
Okay,
good job.
perfect.
So
Thank you.
awesome.
Thank
We're
you.
really pushing trades, you know, that not everybody is cut out for college, and just the fact that you pursued that and you're now your own boss. And I think that's really an example that a lot of Native people can look to. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of big companies out there now that are reaching out to me. And, you know, there's only a few, I don't even know if there's any that could actually subcontract the jobs that I just did, like for the Amtrak and like Swank and stuff like that. You know, my business is heading in the right direction, but I have higher goals and ambitions that seem to be, you know, just out of reach just a little bit. But, you know, I always thinking ahead, and you know, when I'm doing my jobs, that's what goes through my mind is that instead of them sending out for that work, you know, how come I can't, you know, expand and put more people to work and have a fabrication line going, you know. That's something that goes through my mind when I'm doing these big jobs. And, you know, I'm always thinking like an entrepreneur, you know, like how can I build myself? How can I get bigger, employ more people? Because I like employing people. And it's just finding them is a challenge too.
That's what I also wanted to add is we actually are the only Indian-owned company on the reservation that has a certified welder. So Justin certified, he had to go and get his certifications. Before, our only competitor was the Hutterites. They're not certified, but they're the only ones with all the equipment and the welders, the CNC tables, everything like that. So all the time, every time I'm applying for something, they're like, who's your biggest competitor? And I always put the Hutterites because they have the manpower, they have the tools, equipment, everything. So I feel pretty good about that. We're able, you know, we're one of the only Indian-owned companies that the Amtrak, the railroad reached out to this past summer, and they're like, hey, you know, we need welding done, but, you know, do you have the insurance bond high enough? You know, the things like that, because we have a lot of our own members that have to work under somebody, a company. So it always feels very inspirational that we're able to employ our own people, we're our own boss. So, you know, we're one of the contractors, we're able to keep up with them. And so that's something that's always very inspiring to others. And we try to, you know, lend a hand to people that have different trades that are trying to get their name out there too. So I just wanted to add that too.
The certification program.
Great Falls would be the university. The guy I used to go through, he retired last year. His name was Joel Sims, but I would just pay out of pocket to get my certification, and he would take time out of teaching to certify me. And now they have a new instructor, and it's kind of coincidence. I used to go to school with him, but I don't know. I haven't touched base with him yet because I didn't need it. I don't need to be recerted yet.
So I think that the new teacher down there is a Blackfeet member. So that's really cool too.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Our next recipient, Nathan Chandler. Nate's gonna fix it. That I have in Montana. He did my transmission, so I know he can do it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Can you hear us, Nate?
Maybe, do we know his last name?
Hello, can you hear me?
Can you hear us?
We can hear
Yes.
you.
Okay. The floor is yours.
All right, well, thank you. My name is Nathan Chandler. I'm an enrolled member of the Chippewa Cree Tribe in Rocky Boy. I've always wanted to open my own business. I didn't know what kind of business I wanted to do, but I wanted to be my own boss. So I got introduced into the automotive repair industry through the Havre High School. I got a lot of experience working on my own cars and my family's cars and stuff. I joined the Marines right after high school, and I worked as a mechanic. I worked on Humvees and 5 tons and LVS trucks. And, when I got out of the military, I got a job as a mechanic at a shop called Technical Services. And at that same time, I was going to college, so I went to MSU Northern, and I graduated with a bachelor's degree in automotive technology and a minor in business. I continued to work at Technical Services until about 2003. My boss was selling the business, and I had the opportunity to buy it, but I didn't have enough funds. I didn't have enough experience. But I did a business plan. I created a business plan, and I went to the loan. I couldn't get funding at that time. It didn't work out. But I stayed on with the company when the new owners took over. And in fact, they used my business plan to help them secure their funding. So that was kind of interesting for me. I allowed them to do that, and I worked with them until about 2008, where I opened up my own business out of my shop. It was just out of my house in Havre. Let's see here. So I ended up going through the college and everything, and I got my business going, and we ended up getting complaints from the city and all that stuff because I had too many cars parked around my shop and around my house, and it was in a residential zone, so it wasn't zoned commercial. So I ended up having to move out and get a different location. So I had a lot of work, and in about 2010, my aunt approached me, and she wanted to invest some money, so she invested into my business. So she became my business partner. So I updated my business plan, and I had some working capital at that time. So I were able to get funding secured to get the building we're in right now. Right now it's a 40 by 100 shop. We have an office and a loft, and we got lots of room to grow. We got a big lot, so we can park a lot of cars around the shop. And we're zoned commercial, so they can't complain too much about that. We work on just about everything, all makes and models, trucks, motorhomes, some motorcycles and ATVs. We've become a little bit more selective in some of the stuff that we work on. Let's see here. Yeah, we don't really specialize in any area. I kind of pride myself in the ability to fix just about anything. But that's also been one of my downfalls as a business owner, because every vehicle is different. Every vehicle has its own set of challenges, and efficiency is a key factor in this business and any business, but automotive primarily because it runs on the efficiency of technicians. So it's hard for anyone to be efficient when you're working on something different every day. The tools are different. The information that's presented, how to fix the vehicles are different, and all those factors make it hard for any technician to be successful and efficient. So that became kind of a problem that we had. We really weren't making a lot of money. We had a lot of business, but we didn't have the efficiency to maintain all that. And on top of that, we didn't have a good inventory system set up, and So all those things are just little challenges that we ran into. The flat rate system, we couldn't really do that because there's a lot of dealerships, they use a flat rate system when they're paying their technicians. So we ended up sticking with the hourly rate system. And then so after that, about 2016, we were introduced to the Indian Equity Fund grant. I was a little bit reluctant to apply because I didn't think I'd really qualify because I was working out of the city. But I found out that there were funds available for businesses like mine, so I did apply. And it took a little bit of work to gather the necessary paperwork and stuff. But I had my business plan already written, and so it wasn't too difficult or overly time consuming to get all the documentation, figured out and submitted. And we were awarded $14,000 in 2017. And with those funds, we used them to purchase a pipe bender for doing exhaust and fabrication work. And we also purchased some inventory. Inventory was another problem that we were having. So with the equipment, it gave us the ability to perform exhaust fabrication and bumper fabrication. We're the only shop in Havre at that time to do it because Havre Muffler and Brake had shut down at that time. So our business was starting to steadily increase. The sales came in from that year. We actually got an increase to $40,000 of gross sales from 2017 to 2018 after we had purchased the equipment and got the inventory set up. So that helped tremendously. Then in 2019, we applied again, and we were awarded $14,000 again. And with those funds, we purchased 2 vehicle hoists, which increased our capacity to get more jobs done more safely and more efficiently. That was a big thing we were struggling with. So with higher work capacity and to be able to hire one more employee, it gave us that year was a $72,000 increase in gross sales from 2019 to 2020. So currently we have 2 full-time technicians, 1 part-time technician. My wife is a service advisor and bookkeeper. We did have up to 5 full-time employees at one time, full-time technicians, but we kind of found out that more employees don't always mean more money. Sometimes it's difficult to run efficiently due to the differences in skills and the attitudes and the high cost of payroll and payroll taxes and stuff like that. So we kind of dropped our capacity down, but we increased our efficiency because a smaller crew, we could utilize the proper tools more efficiently, and we just became more profitable with less employees because they weren't fighting for space or the resources. So we've been going strong for 14 years. I don't have any plans of slowing down. But without the Indian Equity Fund, we wouldn't be in the same position we're at today. It helped us to grow a lot quicker than we normally probably would have. And so I encourage anybody who's looking to start a business or get help with their existing business to take that leap of faith and just try to apply for it. It's an amazing resource, and I'm very grateful to have the opportunity it has given me to increase and grow my business. So I thank everybody and I appreciate that. Is there any questions or?
I could tell you a little story about Nate too. When I first went in, met him, I told him, "You must be a good mechanic. Waiting, got all these cars out here waiting to get fixed." He said, "They're all fixed. I'm just waiting to get paid." I know you're gonna keep going, Nate. You you got a strong business there, and I think we utilize you quite a bit, and you're another success story that we like to hear of.
Thank you.
Vice Chair, may I just comment and compliment you, Nate? I love how you summarized some of the evaluations that you did about, you know, being a jack of all trades is really great, but then it does cut down your efficiency, and you then have to have a whole bunch of different tools and a different skill set, and your mind is going, you know, anyone who tries to do multiple projects at once, you start to find that you lose some of your efficiency because you're having to always code switch between different systems. And then you were talking about that flat rate versus hourly rate, and knowing what is going to be the best for your skill set and respectful compensation for the services that you're providing. And then again, about inventory and how to really make your business smarter and more efficient, so it's more pleasant and it has a better outcome for your customers. So I just love hearing your story. Thank you so much for sharing it with us.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Nate. It's good having you aboard.
Well, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Nate. I guess we passed over the Native American Trade Mission.
I think we're coming right back at it.
Yeah.
Ready for me? Is this a good spot to stand?
Great spot.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Hello. Angie with the Montana Department of Commerce's export team. Just to refresh, our job is to help Montana businesses to sell outside the US. And so we do that with technical support, grant funds, and then we take them to trade shows and trade missions to expose them to the new markets. When TRIA came to me last year, they had said, or Tally had said that there were a couple of Montana native businesses that had gotten invited to Fashion Week in Paris. And they didn't know what to do with that invitation, and they didn't know how to handle it. They did end up going, but didn't have business meetings. They went as a guest of someone else. And she thought that was a real shame, and I agreed. And so we started talking about, well, what could we do to help them? And so we brainstormed and came up with the idea of putting together a trade mission for Native American artists. After talking to the contractor about this as a pilot project, we narrowed the scope of the mission to just fashion. It's really hard to do a training on fashion, fine art, and all of that. And so we now have officially 6 confirmed participants. I have a list here. Designs by Della, Laughing Water Designs, Plains Soul, Rebecca Jarvie, Courtney Littleaxe, and Brocade Designs. They're confirmed. They're all very excited to go. Convincing them to go was easy. Go ahead. I'm wearing a Della dress today. Well, all right. All right. Well, hopefully that'll be worldwide after this. So I met with Della and Rebecca asking them, as the two that had gone to this Fashion Week before, asking them for the rest of the group, what would they need? What would make everyone feel comfortable? And so we kind of brainstormed some ideas, and now I'm putting those into action. So we have a contractor called Lily Perf. They're based in France. They actually have a fashion expert on staff. And so what we're going to do first is sort of an onboarding process where each of the 6 companies will meet one-on-one over Teams with the contractor. And contractor basically is a get to know you kind of thing, like, tell me about your business. Who do you want to sell to? Are you wanting to just sell to stores? Do you want to get an importer? Who it is you want to do business with so that the contractor can then initiate those contacts. After that step, the companies will be officially confirmed because then the contractor will go and make cold calls. I don't know if any of you have ever had to make cold calls before. They're the worst.
Oh, yeah.
So the contractor does all of that work, comes back with a curated list of meetings for the companies. In between all of that process, I will be meeting with them as a group for the travel planning piece. I have a 20-ish page document that covers all the mistakes that I have made traveling overseas, trying to help make sure that none of them make those same mistakes, but also getting them ready. What kind of materials do you need to have prepared? We are going to actually all meet in Salt Lake City. Everyone's going to fly from either Billings or Great Falls, meet in Salt Lake City, and then we'll all fly from Salt Lake to Paris together, transport to the lodging together. Indian Country has helped us get them an Airbnb where they can all be in one place together for community sharing, not only being able to get around as a group, but also to, to share fellowship and spending time together and sharing ideas back and forth. So we have an Airbnb that everyone will be at. And then we're going to, in April, provide an in-depth training about the fashion industry in Paris. What are they demanding? How does the sales cycle work? What kind of contacts will they need? What's the export process? What about pricing? When you meet with them, who are you meeting with? What do you need to bring? Do you need to bring price sheets or where are your fashions? I'd originally hoped that we could do a fashion show at the ambassador's residence, but they turned us down. And I was really bummed about that, but I'm hoping maybe if we go back, we can do that next time. So in addition to the training, which will be in depth, we're also working with a connection, and darn it, I'm blanking the name, but it was a gal I met with last week. She has offered to do intellectual property training for them to protect trademark, copyright, etc. So we're getting that set up. When we arrive in Paris, I will be there full time with them to make sure that they get where they're going and feel comfortable there, ensuring safety, all of that. And the contractor then, we will have some free time upon arrival to get familiar with the layout of the city for when everyone has to go out on their own and have their meetings. So we'll be doing that, and I'll take them on a ignorant tour guide walking tour of Paris as much as we can. We still haven't gotten those details figured out. But the day before our meetings start, the contractor is going to take us on a store visit tour, where we'll actually go to these high fashion stores, boutiques, and walk around, look at pricing, look at how it's merchandised, and just kind of get a feel for that so that they're even more informed when they have their meetings. And then for 2 days, we'll have a curated list of meetings for each company. Some might go together if, they have similar products and want to meet together, and others will just be on their own. It's really customized to their needs. So that'll be 2 days of that. And then everyone will probably just fly home on that Friday. But I've told them that if they wanted to stay over the weekend at their own cost, they could certainly do that. And by then, hopefully they'll feel really comfortable doing that and maybe even decide to do something as a group. So that's what we've got going on right now. It's all going smoothly, which at this time for planning a mission is kind of a miracle. Normally we're still, getting the group pulled together. So I feel really comfortable and excited about this. It's the first of its kind in the nation. And other states are looking to recreate the process once we kind of lay the groundwork for them, and probably working with TRIA as well. For example, Arizona is anxiously awaiting to see how it goes and might redo it themselves. And we may look at a follow-up mission next year in Germany or elsewhere in Europe if the group decides they want to do that. It's all going really well. I appreciate all of your support in helping get the word out. Rochelle was instrumental in getting, I think, more than half of them on board. So your Indian Country team has been incredibly supportive to us. They're helping fund some of it, so that the cash flow or the cash outflow isn't prohibitive. Because the way our model is set up, they have to spend the money first and then we reimburse. So we kind of rewrote our strategy for this. We're gonna just pay the contractor directly. Indian Country's involved in that, and all they have to be out is their airfare and meals while they're there, and then when they return, they can get a reimbursement for that. So yeah, it's going really well. Any questions?
Date.
It's the first week of June.
First week
What
in
would
June.
that be? June 1st to 5th, I think, somewhere in there. I'm working on something for Mexico. It's the first week of May, so I might have those dates a little off, but it's that first week in May, or June.
The reason I'm asking is Rebecca's one of my employees.
Oh, boy. I'm sure, yeah. She has a human resources alter ego. Okay, well. Have to, so she probably won't stay the weekend then. She'll come right home. She can get back to work on Monday.
I think she's got a lot of, she's got to get up her schedules right. A lot of time.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Okay.
Anybody over here?
You said Courtney? Courtney who?
Little Axe?
Little Axe, okay, so she pro as well, or?
Brother Cheyenne, right?
North Cheyenne?
Boy, I didn't memorize that part, sorry. I think hers is alternative brands.
Oh, okay.
I think that's hers. Yeah, because Rebecca's is just her name. So,
Yeah. I love that it came down that you have, you got two Little Shell, you got Chippewa Cree, you got two Crow, and then if Courtney is Northern Cheyenne, it's just great that a number of the nations are gonna be represented through these ambassadors,
Well, I'm gonna say thank you back to you, because that was all you and everybody on board.
Oh,
so.
I think I'm so excited for you guys. This is so cool.
Rebecca and Della actually were instrumental in that too. They actually just made some phone calls and then emailed me and said they're in. And next
They're a
thing you know,
sisterhood, right? I mean,
we're jumping on the plane. I couldn't believe when they all said they wanted to stay in Airbnb together, and somehow I found a 4-bedroom, 8-bed, full apartment, even with laundry, for $100 a person a night.
Wow.
Unbelievable price, so.
Wow, that is so.
I won't be staying with them, but I'll be just right around the corner. There just wasn't enough room. And they were totally cool with sharing rooms. No one will be sharing beds. But because they're just twin beds, or they're beds that you can like pull apart into 2 twin beds. So no one will be sharing beds, but they were totally cool with sharing rooms, which was great for me, because there was no way we were gonna find something where everyone could be all together.
Man, it'd be so cool if they could get like a POV, like a PBS point of view story about this.
Oh, that would
Almost,
be great.
almost like, reality show, kind of have a camera, come and check them out, like, oh my gosh, we're safe,
They were already talking about what meals they were gonna make.
Uh-huh.
So we've scouted a grocery store. I did run the location by the contractor first to
Yeah.
make sure that we were in a good area. And she said, yeah, it was a good area. It's actually a gated building, so
Okay.
you cannot get in without a code. So
Oh,
it's-
that's nice.
Which is even better.
Yeah, but it's also kind of like staying like a local, which is fun.
Yeah. I don't wanna take up too much of your time, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Who from USPTO is going to give the? It's not USPTO. It's a fairly new entity. It's only been around a year. Big Sky EDA introduced us.
Okay.
And I just met with her. I thought she was offering to do it pro bono, so I was really interested. And then once we set a date, she said, okay, I'll send you my proposal for the fee. And so I said, okay, well, that's a little bit of a horse with a different color. We gotta make sure we have the funds. In my opinion, it is for this mission in particular, it is not that, it's not that vitally important, the protections, and here's why. Fashion industry people are shamed if they buy knockoffs. They are publicly shamed. The whole point of this is authenticity. So even if someone tried to copy their designs, it would not be accepted in that market. So for it depends on how much this work costs. If it costs them $10,000 to protect, say, their copyright, their design, or their trademark in that country, not only do they have to spend that money, go through the entire process, they also have to what is called vigorously defend it, which means they have to keep an eye on it. And anytime anyone comes even close to it, they have to immediately take action. If they don't, it becomes null and void. So my recommendation, the reason I didn't seek this out originally is because I didn't think it was as important for this group and this mission as other companies, but she's willing to talk to them about it and explain the process and let each one of them make a decision. So we're kind of keeping our options open until I hear from her what the proposal is. If I don't want to get in the middle of that, but the USPTO regional director out of Denver has been very assertively asking me if her office can provide a presentation or some type of information.
Yeah, I know that office.
For free. And so I'd be happy to reach out to her and see if they could carve out, an hour or so to do that, even on Zoom or whatever. Okay. Yeah, great. I will let you know what she comes back with. Okay, maybe she'll just offer to do it. She had something where she was talking 4 hours and so we'll see.
Commissioner Poole, that also would be a really great idea for our Made in Montana members and in general for the intellectual property of creators and so we could maybe coordinate that also with Susan Joy and put it out as a potential webinar.
Yeah, she's here all the time.
Oh my
so,
gosh, that'd be awesome.
Yep.
Okay.
You have my email if you want to introduce us. I'd be happy to take a look and see if we can make that work. Anything else? Thank you so much for giving me some time. Next time I see you, there'll be pictures and not video. I'm not gonna just video inside the Airbnb.
No, I think they should do video. I think that they should just film themselves and then
that's
do
a
their
good
own
idea.
little production, that first person point of view, and it's very on trend in terms of people, they TikTok themselves, they do all, people are like influencers on YouTube giving opinions about home equity loans and, this would be a far more interesting thing.
Yeah, I want it.
Yeah,
I would.
yeah. Or maybe even like Indian Country Today out of Arizona State University. Maybe there might be a little connection there too, because you said Arizona's kind of interested in maybe modeling this, so. Anyway. Yeah,
Thank you. Thanks. Get home safely.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amy.
Guess we'll go down to reports. I know TJ's already did his.
Yes.
And Rachel.
Okay, I'll go for it. Yeah, it's been a little while since I looked at my slides too, so hopefully stuff isn't. Okay, cool. Just so a little update on tribal tourism for the commission. I got a few different updates. I'll follow whatever my slides are, and we'll eventually get to the discussion of the Canada trip as well. So
just a reminder of the goals that direct my work, and what I try to focus on is to elevate the brand of tribal tourism in Montana, expand the opportunities and inspire visitation. A few of the metrics that we recently shared with the legislature about an overview of our programs at Commerce, that our internal page at the Department of Commerce that is customer facing. These are to our constituents that we serve. Visitation to my program is up 41% over the previous year. But one other thing that's really great about that is that we launched a new website and everything was reconfigured and kind of scrambled, you know, kind of the cards and the decks were scrambled. So the fact that people are still able to find tribal tourism, I'm really grateful for that I still am reaching and growing people's recognitions of the program. And that also goes back to our time being out in the field, going to events, spending time in vendor booths and engaging with our tribal citizens and the community. So, you know, in the top 10 of those kind of pages, in this last year, we have had over 43,000 guidebooks either ordered or handed out. So we have about, I think, pretty close to that amount remaining of our existing guidebooks. And I think that's gonna get us through at least another year, hopefully, just in time for us to be able to put out the new guidebook and publish that, or just do a short run of our existing one as a bridge until we get the new guidebook created. So we, with the approval of the State Commission, put money aside for state commissioners or their delegates to attend the conference that is in Canada in a few weeks. Some circumstances have created some difficulties for some of our state commissioners or delegates to attend in person. We definitely had at least 2 people who couldn't attend because they didn't have passports, and the passport is required for air travel. So that was a hindrance. And then some of the other just issues that are going on made it very difficult. So at this point, from this list of confirmed attendees, we're down to Pat Doyle going for Paul Green, Leilani Upham going for Misty Cool, and Marie Tarosin going for Jennifer Finley. So of everyone that was planning to go, we are down to 3 delegates attending. So I'm here to request from the State Commission some guidance on if there is support for a revised plan for the funding that was funding this trip. And that revised plan is to continue to support with the money those who are registered, flights are booked, the hotel is set, for these 3 to attend and go forward. They're comfortable attending, and they'll go as a group. I mean, they'll all meet there, coming from different destinations, and they'll be on the same plane from Denver. But then for the rest who could not attend, and any remaining funds that I can get back in refund, for that, whatever pool of money that ends up being, divide that equally by 8 and add that amount to the Tribal Tourism Historic Preservation contracts. So if state commissioners, I'm not sure if Cuts the Rope, Commissioner Cuts the Rope is online, but I'm just inquiring if I have a general consensus or support of those commissioners in the room to proceed in that fashion.
Yep.
Great.
What were they gonna do? Charge tariff on Gerald?
Don't tempt me.
We're gonna deport me.
He's gonna end up charging me one, so it'll end up being, I think we'll just leave it at that. So I think this will be great. It'll be a way for us to make sure that, I mean, again, I'm not exactly sure how much at this point I'm gonna be able to get back. I'll just try to get as much as I can. So the next slide, thank you so much. And at the end, because the slide takes up the whole screen and I can't see, it cuts her, is Delina still on?
She is.
Okay, and if she have her raise her hand if she needs to ask anything or have comment.
Sure, she's able to speak freely, so.
Okay, great. So a reminder of some additional events that are coming up. our team will be working the Made in Montana Trade Show. We operate the Native American Made in Montana Pavilion at the trade show. Historically, there's been up to 8 exhibitors that have been in our pavilion. The last few years, we've featured 4. Really, our focus is to try to recruit new membership to this program, to grow the program, or extend the opportunity to existing members that are now ready to entertain the wholesale market or have never been sponsored. So we're trying not to have the same folks sponsored every year, just to expand those opportunities. At this current point, we have 3 confirmed exhibitors. I've got 1 slot still open. I had a few people, a couple of fish on the line. They got off the hook. Wasn't able to reel them in. So one that I really have been trying to get the last couple of years is Lauren Henderson out of Chippewa Cree.
Who's that?
He's a fine artist, and in the lobby, before you go into the elevators, there's some materials from people that have, I've interacted with at different events, have been vendors or selling their creations. And he does like one piece of artwork, and then he just turns it into canvases and is able to replicate it, which would be really great for a wholesale situation. So far he has not joined the program, but I really was hoping that slot would be an artist. So I'll put in one more effort to see if I can get someone secured for it. But this year we may just end up with 3. And if we end up with 3, then we may try to have the booth configuration expand a little bit so people can have just a little bit more space in their booth. So it won't look like we have a vacancy in our pavilion area. And then we've got the Governor's Conference on Tourism that is here in Helena this year at the Delta Hotel. And I've really tried to step back in my direct engagement and involvement in the tribal tourism content for this conference, to focus on all the other initiatives that we've got going on. And so the organizers of the Governor's Conference are responsible for those contracts for those speakers and ensuring that they've got good representation from Indian country there. We are on the verge of a relaunch on the production assistant training. So we had to get a contract extension. The contractor that's doing the training had to become subcontracted. So there have been some administrative challenges the last few months, but we are on the verge of being able to relaunch. Again, we've got 80 awards, 10 per nation. At this time, we've got 29 graduates. At least 6 of those graduates have worked on active productions since becoming certified. We've got 13 awardees that are just waiting for their next chance for an in-person training. And then 39 awards are still available to be awarded. And so far, Blackfeet and Crow have exhausted all of their awards. So we've got a mix of between like 5 to 9 awards for the remaining 6 tribes that we have awards available. So we're gonna really be doing a big push on trying to get those out this year and increase the promotion of the program. Responding to feedback from the STED Commission and recommendations for our scopes of work for the new video products and the new guidebooks. We have Jordan Leffler, I think is how you pronounce his last name. He is a descendant of Confederated Salish Kootenai tribal nation. And then we've got Scott Smoker. And so we've got photography and videography. I am concerned that 2 is not gonna cut it because we have so much ground to cover in a short filming season, where there's a lot of really prime events happening at the same time at different locations. So I still think that we can expand this to at least another photographer and another videographer so that we can have these 2 teams deployed in different parts of the state at the same time. The other thing that I am seeing if it's possible, if we have no changes in our funding model and that we're able to forecast into 26 and 27 for goals and priorities, would be to get a 1-year extension on this program. on this contract so that we could get content and sweeping imagery this summer and then focus on interviews and business opportunities next summer, so that we have a lot more runway for timing for consultations at each of the tribal nations, planning out how each tribe wants their content to be captured, what to be featured, and what story they want to be told. And I think I just need more time to do that. And so I think I'm just about done. So again, working. We can go to the next one. Thank you. So again, just going over these so far, I've met with Northern Cheyenne, Little Shell, and Fort Belknap. Even though I've had these really great 3 meetings and need 5 yet to go, I still haven't had follow-up with the 3 tribes on, I think Little Shell, I know who the 3 individuals are, but I can't coordinate them, have not been able to successfully coordinate them together for the first working group meeting. I am waiting to get a confirmed list of individuals from Fort Belknap. I understand that their economic development arm is interested. I'm just not sure exactly who those individuals are going to be. So this is where I just need more time. I don't want to rush to do this. This is something that is a very big, it's a branding thing. You just can't rush it. So I'm going to be requesting more time to accomplish these consultations. And again, a great meeting with Northern Cheyenne. They had a bunch of ideas of people who could be involved. I don't have those individuals' names or contacts yet. So, Marilyn, if you wouldn't mind going to the next one. And then again, we gotta determine what we're gonna film, and then we need to coordinate the timing and make sure that, we definitely want to capture some content this summer. We're not going to miss this summer to do that. It's just not good. They're not going to be able to complete the entire project this summer. So, so the Travel Tourism Small Business Grant, this is new. This was resulting from the 540 funding and amounts that were allocated to me for this new grant program. It's inspired by Indian Equity Fund. I put a lot of work into trying to promote this across, newspaper ads and radio ads. They weren't my #1 choices as channels to promote in. So I hope that I can use the metrics from this to make the argument that some of the other ones I'd like to be promoting and advertising in, I can expand into for the next year, also depending on funding. But we have a total of 23 submissions. And this is the representation of who submitted. And then I think it's if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide, I think I show how many, so of the available type of business activity of a tribal tourism small business, we've got 6 for Made in Montana, 9 for hosting. We had no submissions for outfitting and guiding, 5 for food truck or beverage, mini grocery, and then 3 for supportive type of business and products. So the goal of doing 3 per nation, that was the aspiration. I think if we're gonna fund as many of these projects are eligible, at the risk of going to the 3 number, it's not a hard number. We have flexibility in the guidelines, but we'd rather get the money out to develop small businesses than withhold that money and not get these going. So provided that they have, a strong chance of success, it's a $10,000 award. It's not a huge amount of money, but we know how resourceful Indian country citizens and business owners are. Saw what they were able to do with $14,000 there with that shop and all of the other resources they brought to bear to it. So I have a lot of confidence that these awardees will be able to knock it out of the park. And then I think I'm just about done. So this is certainly an update that I would imagine Vice Chair Sangre is curious about. So the Tribal Tourism Historic Preservation, sponsorships, contracts, I've been kind of trying to find the best way that is in line with policies and procedures at the state level and the commerce level to get these contracts out. But because it's not exactly like a grant, like a normal grant that'd be competitive and you'd have an online submission, open cycle, we are just working through the procedural process in order to get these out. So I have a draft that's already been through legal, but there are some things that they've brought back and said, we need to make some changes here in order to be in line with policy. So this amount that's put at oh, I think I did a typo. This is supposed to be 62,500, not 62,500.
No, you're right.
So, yeah, but with the,
We'll hold you to
hopefully with the funding that I'm able to get refunded from the Canada trip, it will actually be closer to this amount. And then, we are in the review for that tribal tourism small business and the tribal tourism grant, program. I've got 3 submissions, and depending on the funds that I have available this year, we might be able to award all 3. So it just has to go through the review. And that's it. So any questions for me?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Are you gonna offer scholarships for the governor's tourism?
No, I do not have money to do that this year. Unless you want to, yeah, I don't.
The person I was gonna send to Canada, she said you may have money there.
Yeah, so it's not a scholarship. I am gonna be sponsoring her as an alternative to her not being able to go to Canada.
Okay.
So yeah, and that won't impact any of the other funding. Yeah.
Okay.
But a general scholarship for general attendance,
Yeah,
I
I thought
won't be able
maybe-
to offer that this year.
I think in the past, you did offer scholarships for each reservation to send one person.
Yeah, I think, yeah, when I first came in, there were some scholarships and sponsorships that were going on with that. It's just not in the cards for me this year with these other projects going on.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are we good?
Good.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Legislation McKenzie.
Okay, so I'm gonna sit and I'll speak loud. Just starting with SB 90. So to remind everyone, that was the Representative Clinton bill to redistribute certain tax revenue to primary property tax relief. And what that in its original form did was effectively pull all of Commerce's accommodations funding. And so that would have affected all of our tourism programs. That would have affected the Montana Main Street program out of community, the historic preservation grant program, the 0.5% to STED, quite a few programs and entities within Commerce and Fish, Wildlife and Parks. And so there was a hearing approximately 3 weeks ago. I don't remember the date offhand. There was strong opposition to the bill in that form. And so they did propose an amendment. That amendment moved forward and it restored all of Commerce's funding. So all of the programs, I know I had a list of them that you had mentioned in your email, Chair Gray. No effect on Commerce or Fish, Wildlife and Parks at this point. They are pulling that proposed funding directly out of House Bill 2 related to rental car tax. There's a fiscal note available, but it doesn't affect our programming. So that was my big update. And then the other update there, just generally, Department of Commerce had their budget presentation last week on the 6th of Thursday, where we just went through every single division and every single attached board and gave the Appropriations Committee, an update on our budget and where everything stands. And there was little to no questions and they were happy with what we presented. So no concerns on our end.
And Director Green just happened to have bronchitis when his budget, I'm just kidding.
No.
Just kidding, like, if you're watching this, Paul.
No, he sounded awful.
Oh, we all got it. We're either getting over it, or have it.
Yeah, he was able to join us remotely, and the couple times he spoke, it was pretty rough sounding,
Yeah.
but no, that went well, so.
Good, I'm glad. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we added one more item to the agenda. And that's a report from the governor's office.
Oh, Oh, well, thank you for letting me know, sir.
yeah.
Vice Chair, if, for anyone that might be, keeping an eye on our legislature, it's, interesting. So, there aren't, the good news is there aren't, to me, as many sort of red flag legislation that's coming up that, as I've seen in the past, but big ones to look for, that might not necessarily impact commerce per se are, and I don't have the bill numbers off the top of my head, but, Representative Tracy Sharp has a number of bills, one being allowing hunting on fee land on the reservation. So the hearing for that was, last Monday, I think, and it's still stuck in committee, so hopefully that's where it will stay. And then the one yesterday was Lake County is asking for $2.5 million a year to fund Public Law 280 costs until somebody decides to pull out of that program. That was yesterday. I think that's going to get amendments. The other couple of bills, and these are rather important. One would prohibit the state to enter into any agreement with tribes. That's huge. So that would affect gas, alcohol, tobacco, cannabis agreements that we have with almost every land-based tribe. We have gas, alcohol, and tobacco agreements with, and we have a cannabis agreement with one tribe. It would affect all those. In a separate bill, another bill is prohibiting the state from entering into any land exchanges with tribes, trust land exchanges. That's really impactful because, excuse me, land exchanges are a very sizable component of the CSKT Water Compact. And even though, you know, we're looking at CSKT as like sort of this, that's who they're picking on, this would adversely affect all tribes in Montana down the road at some point, especially since we've got a couple of tribes that are having their water compact sort of inching its way through Congress as we speak. And otherwise, I would encourage you, whenever you get a chance, to look up the caucus bills and see what, you know, you may be interested in supporting or not. For the Indian caucus, their main policy priorities in this session are Medicaid expansion, education, Indigenous Peoples' Day, and ICWA. And there is a bill coming that is trying to sort of take the teeth out of ICWA. It was really interesting. This certain legislator told the Indian caucus that he didn't think that ICWA should apply. Anyway, that was again very interesting. It's been a really interesting session. So nothing has really come across. The governor's office will oppose PL 280 funding if it's exclusively for Lake County. We're working with the county and the tribe to hopefully for them to collaborate on a law enforcement solution that we would support. But it really does have to be a collaboration. We're opposing the hunting on fee land on the reservation. I'm in policy almost every day and I'm not hearing, you know, Medicaid expansion is in the governor's budget. So we support that. I mean, from what I've seen or heard so far, our office there's no indication to me that we're going to support a bad bill or oppose a good one. So let me think. Rocky Mountain Tribal Leaders Council will be meeting in Helena on February 25th. So just to, you know, the council, Chairman Gray's on the council, and the council always appreciates just popping in or, you know, introducing yourselves. And I know on behalf of the council, I think I can say that they would very much appreciate you just coming just to say hi, just to listen in, and that's at the DoubleTree.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, the DoubleTree on the 25th. Yeah. And I think that's all I got.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm kind of interested in the legislation that's, Montana can't, they want to prohibit Montana from entering in contracts regarding gas. Actually, they should read the reasons why it was passed. It's just a race to the courthouse.
We,
So that's all it is.
you're absolutely right, Vice Chair. I have
Vice Chair.
I had the unfortunate or fortunate experience of a colleague at another state agency asked for the amount of money tribes were awarded through gas, alcohol, and tobacco. And I don't like to be that person who's like, it's there, not there, but I wrote back, these aren't awards, they're,
Based on.
this is an agreement based on the tribe's cooperation to collect tax on behalf of the state. So I don't know if you've noticed, but I haven't mentioned revenue sharing at all, because we're trying to, that's a two-letter or two-word phrase that we are really trying to get away from, because when non-natives tend to hear revenue sharing, they think that the state is sharing revenue with the tribes, which is not the case whatsoever. So if anybody has any questions, or those online about the agreements, please feel free to reach out. I feel fairly confident that these bills aren't going to get anywhere, but unfortunately, as usual, in every session, there are legislators that are going to, I don't know if it's a constituent thing or a personal thing, but they're going to try to get bills across the finish line that directly attack tribal sovereignty.
They want to rock the boat.
They want to kick us off the boat.
Rock the boat so we fall off.
Yeah, and I think the other thing I'll mention is I think out of 5,000 draft requests, there are 500 bills in the hopper, and the last day to request bills is next Friday. So I think the next couple of weeks, and we have a transmittal begins March 9th. So the next few weeks are going to be probably insane. Those poor kids in legislative services, they probably don't sleep, and they're like mainlining coffee or something.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Anything else? We're adjourned. We don't have a quorum.